What do you think? This going long tonight?
Richard,
Yes.
am I good?
Wonderful shot.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, fine.
Okay, thanks.
KCRT, are we good to go?
We are good to go.
Okay, see you in a few minutes.
Hey, Richard, where are you?
Madam Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
I am.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session agenda items, please?
Yes, during closed session, council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation is Winehaven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond et al. Under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Jacqueline Gross, Teresa Fairbanks, and Anil Carmelo. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiators, the property includes 1324 Canal Boulevard, General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiator is Lizette Zepeda. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation, it's price and terms of payment. Under liability claims, 221B, 225, 229, and 235 Tunnel Avenue, and 12200 San Pablo Avenue. And let's see, we have public speakers. And public speakers should comment on the items just read to take place in closed session.
Okay, we have 5 public speakers. We have Norman LaForce, Jeannie Court, Sally Tobin, Ben Terrio, and Monticello. Norman LaForce, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, I speak tonight on behalf of the Sierra Club with regard to the matter concerning Winehaven. You have before you the fact that there are many legal issues dealing with the temporary restraining order, the issue of the preliminary injunction. Any activity by this city council that would upset the status quo could put you in legal jeopardy, including contempt. And not simply contempt of the city, but contempt of each of you as city council members if you vote for measures that would appear to be or were actually to upset the status quo. An item that I see that is being discussed at some point is that there is a proposal by the mayor to have an RFP go out by East Bay Regional Park District or some other park agency, take over 70% of the open space at Point Malati. This would be in violation of the temporary restraining order. It would also be totally rejected by the Park District and any public agency. The mayor knows that he went to the Park District years ago about this. And the manager at the time, the general manager at the time, Bob Doyle, told him he would not agree to this. The Park District won't agree to this. This is simply political grandstanding by Mayor Butt on Point Malati in a political year. And we all know that what's going on with Point Malati and Mayor Butt is that unlike Midas, who touched things and turned to gold, when Mayor Butt touched Point Malati, he turned it into dust, dross, and what Henry Morgan on MASH called horse hockey. It's time to put a stop to this. Mayor Butt is a lame duck mayor, and it's time to tell the lame duck to just stay in the pond and don't make a mess of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeannie Quartz. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Jeannie Quartz, Richmond resident. Once again, I want to thank City Council members Gail McLaughlin, Eduardo Martinez, Claudia Jimenez, Melvin Willis, and Demlis Johnson for your fiscal responsibility regarding the Point Malati high-end housing development by voting against a $300 million bond and protecting the interests of current Richmond residents from millions a year in costs. Thank you too to City Attorney David Alshire and city staff for their work and diligence in bringing to light the financial and documentation failings of the developer SunCal. I continue to be perplexed by Mayor Butt's agenda regarding housing development in Richmond. He has focused on shoreline development that most people living in Richmond cannot afford. Why does Mayor Butt spend so much of his time and energy on Point Malati when there are so many pressing issues in this city, especially the high cost of housing, when there's absolutely no focus in his agenda on affordable housing in his high-end shoreline development plans or to build affordable mixed-use housing within the core of the city near public transportation and other major survival issues the people of Richmond are enduring. By prioritizing complex high-end housing developments on the shoreline and not development for current Richmond residents, he is costing the city millions and prioritizing displacement. It's another in a long history of Tom Butt using his position as mayor to undermine the interests of current Richmond residents. The distinction between council members who depend on cronyism and developers and those who champion the interests of working families is obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. Recently, there has been a suggestion for a park district or land trust to take over maintenance costs for the Point Malati land outside the parcels designated for upstream and the Giddiville tribe. First, it is framed as a fiscal issue to save the city money. Second, it would appear to hold out the tantalizing prospect of a park at Point Malati, but it fails on both points. Proposing to save money by shifting maintenance costs to a park district or other entity only adds to the towering legal issues that the city is currently dealing with. Never mind that the mayor negotiated the settlement that specifically states that the city of Richmond will bear the maintenance cost. Never mind that the city is already being sued by a developer selected by the mayor. And never mind that an ongoing lawsuit involves the very property that the mayor proposes to shift to the park or land trust. This idea would be a gift to the developer's legal department. Second, the park issue. It is common knowledge that East Bay Regional Park District has already turned down a proposal to administer a park composed of shreds of land squeezed between multi-story condominiums at Point Malati. Such an arrangement would increase fire danger as well as cause friction between the residents and park visitors. So why would anyone advance such a proposal? I've wondered if the mayor is so intent on saving face after the SunCal disaster that he is trying to create an even bigger mess as a distraction. The problem is that in doing so, the future fiscal health of the city of Richmond is being threatened. What a legacy.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Richmond City Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I am calling tonight about item C2, and that is about negotiations between the City of Richmond and the Police Officers Association. The City of Richmond's police department is rapidly falling apart. We are losing people at too fast of a rate, and we are not hiring people quick enough for those who are departing. I currently have about a third of my membership that are waiting on a contract and a contract of market equity that will convince them that their council and their political elected body values their service and what they provide to the residents of our city. We've been waiting for over 2 months for a meeting with city negotiators, and we'll finally get one here on Friday. That is far too long for back and forth, and the city needs to handle its priorities appropriately. Additionally, there is a class and compensation study that we have asked for in bargaining, and that should be provided immediately instead of the continuing song and dance provided by Siegel and city staff of drawing it out. That information is old and outdated already, and we're actually quite well aware of some of the particulars of it, but it's outdated as of January 2021. That's when that information was provided. So the city needs to hurry up, get this information out so that the POA can be responsive to it. And like I said, if we don't make some quick adjustments very, very soon, you are not going to have a police department to staff or worry about. That's not alarmist activity. That's just the down straight facts. And you're going to hear more about that in the coming weeks. So make the appropriate decisions, make the appropriate priorities, but your police department is rapidly falling apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello, and the speaker after that is Deborah Baer. Pam Stello, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon. Pam Stello, Richmond resident, and I'm a co-chair of the Point Melody Alliance. The Point Melody Alliance supports all points just made by Norman LaForce and submitted in written comments to the City Council from the Sierra Club and the Citizens for East Shore Parks concerning Mayor Butt's latest terrible proposal for Point Melate. I will add, Mayor Butt has put the city into more and more financial and legal jeopardy with each of his plans and agendas for Point Melate since 2004. Mayor Butt's newest terrible proposal, an RFP for a land trust to manage the undevelopable areas of Point Melate, would now further complicate the multiple levels of litigation and create more cross obligations under the old and presumably new contracts so that the city can get mired in new litigation. Perhaps that is Mayor Butt's intention to help his longtime partners, Jim Levine and John Salmon, and his chosen developer, SunCal. So far, everything Mayor Butt has dragged the city into concerning Point Melate has ended with the city in a deeper hole. I urge the City Council to just say no to Mayor Butt's latest terrible proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm Debbie Bayer. I agree with all the previous speakers, including Mr. Terrio, and I hope he can get a decent contract. There was an item, I think, about staff morale, and the best way to improve staff morale is would be to release that study, compensation study, and give all the staff, not just the police, a good contract. As far as Winehaven, I know the item that is further down was placed in the consent calendar about contacting, public entities that might want to take over the land that isn't used for development at Point Melate. And I have to echo what everybody else said. We don't even know. You're going to be discussing the Winehaven litigation in closed session. We don't even know right now who is going to own that land, what they want to put where, because it says in the settlement agreement that these boundaries are very fluid where development can happen. I think that there would be a lot of public entities interested in helping make that land a park, but I don't think that they want to take out, that they would want to put their money and their effort into remnants of bulldozed land and housing, and just so they can take over the cost of maintenance and also liability. So I think we have to settle our 3 lawsuits that are going right now before we get ourselves any deeper into before we make more decisions that we don't know anything about.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, before we adjourn to closed session, there's one item on the agenda, C3, that involves 1324 Canal Boulevard, General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. I have a conflict on that item. One of the principals in that lease is a client of my firm, Interactive Resources. So I will be recusing myself on that item when it comes to closed session tonight. So with that, we are adjourned to closed session.
Bill Larkin, City of Orinda. And anyone more environmental? He's out. Joanne, that third base coach has been having problems this year. Oops.
Mr. Larkin, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Bill. This is Craig Murray. Just want to say hi to you and thanks for checking in.
Hi, Craig. Okay, thanks.
JC, your microphone is open. Just want to double check it's working.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put you on mute until it's time for the meeting to start.
Oh, are you there, Pam, Richard? Are you there, Pam?
I am here, sir. Okay,
Good
Jim,
for
I have to
you.
go later. Yes, sir.
Boy, it is hot out here.
You are right. Let me see. It's currently 94 degrees.
Wow. Even with the bay in the background, it's still hot. It's a little breeze, but you can't feel it. Did someone ask for an item to be taken off the agenda? The CC
Which item?
W. Oh, it is W1 W2B
Yes,
and 2A.
2A. No, 2A was not requested.
Yeah, I'd like that one taken off. 2A and somebody already got 2B. That'll do it for me.
Okay.
How about them Warriors?
Those my kids.
Your kids went over for the parade yesterday?
Just my daughter, my grandson. My son. Mr. Council, out of closed session.
They still yakking.
No, we out of closed session.
Okay, thank you.
The mayor gave us 5 minutes. I think everyone's going to come around 6:42, between 6:42 and 6:43.
If we can get Claudia and Johnson to be brief, we'd be out of there in 10 minutes.
Well,
I
you
will
know,
be
Miss-
brief if you don't interrupt me, Councilor Bates.
I'm gonna put a clock on you, Claudia. And during the executive sessions, I'm gonna put a clock on you. And you need to understand how much time you take up compared to the whole council.
Well, I have a lot of questions because I do my homework about looking at everything. And actually, the question has been, some of them has been answered by the staff, and you got that information as well. But still, I have other questions because I really do my homework and look at every single detail. But I will take my 5 minutes and ask the questions.
Well, staff need to be brief too, because my goodness, they get in a marathon and they don't know when to stop talking either. Just get to the point.
I
Okay,
always get to the point asking questions.
Okay, I see 4 council members. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we will begin tonight's meeting with a special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner and Council Members Bates,
Yes, ma'am, present.
Jimenez,
Presente.
Johnson,
Here.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Martinez. It's not with us yet. Commissioner and Council Members McLaughlin. And she's not with us yet. And Commissioner and Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Chair and Mayor Butt,
Here,
and Commissioner Scott.
she's here, looks like.
Commissioner Scott?
Here.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm also here, City
Okay.
Clerk.
Thank you. What about Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Martinez?
Okay, moving right along, would you roll the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde y la secretaria municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Next item is report from the executive director. Go ahead, Nanette.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you please share the presentation? Thank you very much. Just have a brief update this evening, this very warm evening. Can you move to the next slide, please? Announcement that the project-based waiting list is open for Hacienda and a few other developments in the county of Contra Costa, but the wait list is open between June 13th and the 30th, online only at www.contracostahousing.org. And another exciting piece of news is the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee approved over $41 million in tax credit for the Nevin Plaza development. We're really excited. That concludes my report.
Okay, any questions from council members? Are there any public comments?
I had a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I noticed that your applications online with respect to application. I hope we're aware that a lot of senior citizens do not use computers nor understand computers. So how do you reach those that which might not computer literate when they would like to be considered for housing?
That's a very good question. We have solicited assistance from different social service agencies, and we are in collaboration with the County of Contra Costa, and they actually held a training for service providers to be able to assist all of the residents in the community in applying when they don't have access to computers, phones, or even know how to access an online application. So they can go to the website and they can get more information on how to get assistance. And there are also reasonable accommodations for people that need more time or more assistance.
Well, let me just point out something. You indicated the application process is June 13th to June 20th?
It's the 30th.
June the 30th.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would suggest that you contact the Richmond Baptist Ministers Conference, President Pastor Ulysses, and allow the church pastors to at least share that information with that congregation so that hopefully that'll be another group that we can attract and offer some services to.
Yes, sir. You said Pastor Ulysses?
Ulysses Reddick.
I will do that personally.
Yeah. And
if I may, Chair, but city staff can also assist. Please call us at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512. I know that you all receive a lot of emails, but we did email a work plan where we've been partnering, Gabino, led by project manager Gabino Arredondo in the city manager's office to conduct outreach with local community-based organizations and provide training with Contra Costa Housing Authority. And so we are here to support and work in collaboration with our local CDOs. And if anyone needs help signing up, we're here to help.
Councilmember Willis, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Following up on Commissioner Bates' point, could staff put a visible sign outside of like the Hacienda gates next to the Barrett Avenue area where it advertises a number to call, the website, and age requirements in order to apply for the building and what the window of opportunity is? Because if you're not paying attention to some of these enrollments, you're not going to notice it until it's too late. So I at least want to maximize visibility for the enrollment for those who may be interested or may be seeking housing for somebody they may know.
I will follow up.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, the next item is agenda.
Mayor Butt?
Yes.
We have two public speakers.
Okay, are there any public speakers on this item?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg and Naomi Williams. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hey, man, what are you talking about, senior citizens? I'm a senior citizen. I'm 66 years old. I get on the computer every day. I get on websites. I had enrolled in college. I had a hell of a time, but I made it. You must be talking to people in their 80s or 90s that got some dementia or something, you know? I mean, not all senior citizens are computer illiterate, you know? I mean, come on, you know, I don't know how good you are on a computer because I know you're almost one stage from dementia. In a couple of years, you probably wear Depends. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you. But, you know, you got to specify what ages are these people in. You know, I mean, you know, as soon as you hit 62, 63, you're already a senior citizen. And I didn't realize I was going to live this long. But like I say, it's not really hard to do, man. You just got to get on there and practice, you know? I mean, try to get help through the city of Richmond or anything else. It's like try to pull teeth. Now you're going to help about 3,000-4,000 people. But like I say, you know, I mean, every little bit helps. All right. So from now on, when you talk about senior citizens, you need to clarify what category that these senior citizens fall on, you know? You're talking people, I know you ain't talking about no nursing home cases where they're over there in a wheelchair going, what'd you say? All right, I'll yield my time.
Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
2 minutes, but Nanette, did you say you can contact them by getting on the website or something? But if they don't have, okay, but if they don't have iPhones and all of those things, they won't even know how to do that. But thank you, Willis, for that suggestion to put it outside the place in which they have openings. That's it for me.
Thank you. There's no more speakers.
okay, next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, I don't hear any. Next item is consent calendar. We have two items.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, we're still on Housing Authority, right?
We're on the Housing Authority. That's
Okay,
correct.
sorry.
Okay, we have two items on the consent calendar. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the item.
Okay, motion by Johnson, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner and Council members Bates,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner and Council members McLaughlin,
Yes,
Willis,
Yes.
Chair and Mayor Butt,
Yes.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is joint Richmond Housing Authority City Council budget session. You want to read that item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item M1 is to adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2022 to 2023 Richmond Housing Authority RHA budget with estimated revenues of $3,618,962 and total expenditures of $4,880,044 and approve an RHA subsidy from the City of Richmond General Fund in the amount of $1,261,082, which will provide sufficient revenue to match anticipated expenditures and balance the RHA budget to $4,880,044 in estimated revenues and $4,880,044 in expenditures.
Okay, so I assume there's a staff presentation.
Yes, there is. KCRT, will you put up the presentation again, please? Next slide, please. Next slide. Good evening, City Council and Board of Commissioners for the Housing Authority. We are here tonight to present the budget. We have representatives from the City Manager's Office. The Finance Department have collaborated and supported the Housing Authority in presenting this, preparing and presenting this budget tonight. We are proposing to have a budget with total revenue received in the amount of $3.6 million and expenditures of 4.8 and a proposed subsidy request from the city in the amount of $1.2 million. Our proposed budget has 7 FTEs, I apologize, 7 FTEs. Currently, we have 6 filled positions and 1 vacancy. Next slide. So our revenue is mainly from HUD operating subsidy. We receive $1.1 million for Nevin and Nystrom in the amount of $500,000. And there's a pass-through that comes from HUD and goes directly to the John Stewart Company to manage Richmond Village. We have capital fund subsidy of $1.1 million, tenant rents averaging about $650,000, I'm sorry. 400,000 for Nevin and 250 for Nystrom. An operating transfer in, and that's from the capital fund, is a certain percentage that we're allowed to automatically transfer into our operating funds. And over other revenue in the amount of $12,000 from repayment agreements and money that we receive from Washington vending machines. Next slide. Our expenditures are mainly staff, personnel costs, operating expenses, which include maintenance supplies, rent board fees, tools, equipment, janitorial supplies, office supplies, tenant relocation in the event that units become uninhabitable, tenant recreation. Some funds go to the Housing Commission, the Housing Advisory Commission for resident activities. And we also have professional administrative services in the amount of $768,000. Next slide, please. We have contractual and equipment services, over $200,000, grant expenditures, $985,000, property insurance for both properties, utilities in the amount of over $700,000, and cost allocation charges in the amount of $140,000. Next slide, please. The capital outlay is $404,000. The main expenditure proposed includes unit turnover and rehab activities, lead and mold abatement, and vehicle replacement. And as I said earlier, there's an automatic transfer out of the capital fund to operating. Next slide, please. Just a few accomplishments that I'd like to go over for the Housing Authority. So currently we are in collaboration with Richmond Build. They're helping us detrash and turn over our vacant units. It's been a wonderful experience, and we're so thankful for Richmond Build for helping us out. We have signed the documents to transfer the administrative building finally to Richmond Build, and that asset will be it will be recorded this month. Next slide, please. For Nystrom, we're still in negotiations with McCormick Barron and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services to rehabilitate, demolish, and rehabilitate the Nystrom site. We, as I said earlier, have just received a substantial dollar amount for rehabilitation of Nevin Plaza, and they hope to begin construction in January 2023. Next slide. With regard to Richmond affiliated properties, we still own some properties at Richmond Village, which we will be transferring over at a later date into other subsidies and other ownership. And the current status is that we are still partners with McCormick Barron Salazar, and we have just entered into a memorandum of understanding and a term sheet to move forward with MBS and re-syndicating that property and applying for additional funding. Next slide. With regard to Hacienda, we're currently accepting applications for that property. There's a lot of interest in people returning, and interest in new residents coming to the property is so exciting. It looks really good, and we anticipate lease up still in October of this year. And Friendship Manor Triangle Court used to be public housing, and it was transferred some time ago in 2015 under another program called RAD. And the Housing Authority is still in partnership, or the affiliate is still in partnership with John Stewart Company in the management of those facilities. Next slide. So just a couple of main points. We've received a lot of support over the past years from the finance department. We have started to work on the past due audits. The audit for 2017 is completed. The audit for 2018 is near completed. Once that is finalized, they will begin, the auditors will begin to work on 2019 and 2020 after that time. We also have solicited the support of a former finance director from another agency, and he's helping us move things along a little faster than we were in the past. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. I urge you to approve that action before you, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
You're on mute.
Okay, can you explain why the city continue to provide almost 1.2 million to the from our general funds of the Housing Authority?
Yes, well, in the past, it's actually been more than that, but we have narrowed it down significantly. It's actually a more transparent process because you're seeing all of the dollars and how they're spent, where it was a reimbursement in prior years. We do not receive enough revenue to operate the two properties in their current conditions. With regard to just regular operating, in addition to the capital fund, it doesn't amount too much. And we are in need to even maintain the properties in decent, safe, and sanitary condition for the residents. We need additional funds.
So you're saying that HUD is not providing significant funds for our operation?
That's correct. And it's common across the United States. It's not limited or restricted to Richmond. It is across the public housing program does not fully fund the needs of the public housing program.
If I may, Board Member Bates, but one of the things on the bright side is that with the subsidy, the City of Richmond has been able to maintain the affordable housing supply, update the affordable housing supply so that people are able to live in better conditions, renovate the buildings, and extend the useful life of the buildings. So like now on Barrett at Hacienda, we've got that done. And recently there was an article in the paper that just to complete, some developers are spending upwards of $1 million per unit to construct new affordable housing. So in terms of return on investment, we certainly think that preserving our affordable housing in Richmond and using the land that we have to increase the number of units is much more cost effective than just building new units from the ground up, considering the funding that we have available.
Well, the reason I asked the question is that I recall years and years where we went back to HUD with a delegation and began to point out some of the deficiencies, seeking additional funds. And in many cases, I think the mayor would probably agree that we were successful in acquiring additional funds. And I don't recall us ever doing that. The last question is that everyone knows that the utilities is skyrocketing. And while we do have solar paneling on some of the newer units, what is your vision and proposal to provide solar units to cut down on this utility costs for a number of these dwelling units that we oversee?
With the renovation of Nevin Plaza and the proposed renovation of, well, the current renovation of Hacienda, they have created energy efficient sources that will reduce the energy cost significantly. They are going to put in totally new systems. They're not going to put Band-Aids on the current systems that we have. They are going to install totally new electric energy efficient.
Well, that's understandable, but you got several units of that are still without Friendship Manor and others that continue to lack solar. And if there are rebates that are being offered to homeowners, why do we not have a program that maybe get rebates for government buildings?
We have,
and that's something that the city, citywide, you may want to look at collectively, because I'll tell you, if you don't do something, you're gonna be spending significant amounts for utilities. And that's a fact.
Okay, other questions, comments from council members? I had a couple of questions. Nanette, on the subsidy part of it, you've got a operating subsidy of 1.6 million, I think, and a
Yes.
capital fund subsidy of 1.1 million. So the total subsidy is more like 2.7 million, right?
That's correct. However, the capital fund is designated for certain expenditures. You can't use capital funds for regular operating expenses. So there's an automatic transfer of 25%, but that's the maximum that you can transfer into the regular day-to-day operations.
But like Councilmember Bates brought up previously, you know, in the best of all worlds, HUD would provide enough money for both capital improvements and operating subsidy, and we all know they don't, so we're stuck with it.
We're stuck until we transfer the property,
right,
like we're doing to Nevin is transferring to the project-based program where the rents are significantly higher. And so that once that building is renovated, then the units will receive a much higher subsidy.
So on these two subsidies from the city, are we showing them on the books as loans to the housing authority or just grants?
No, and Mayor Brett, may I, Delmy or Rita, if you're on, if you could assist, since the way that it's structured is finance staff actually provide support to Nanette. And so the way that this is structured, Mayor Brett, in the staff report is that, and per the CBR report and per previous direction from auditors, we present this item to you as a joint item to ensure that there's transparency regarding the subsidy that's being provided. So there's clarity regarding the proposed expenditures and the desire for city staff to continue to implement the FARs and preserve affordable housing.
I understand all that, but are we showing them on the books as a loan or?
No, it is not. It is not a loan. It's a subsidy, just
Why
like
don't
there's a subsidy.
Why don't we show it as a loan?
Because last time, that's what happened. Remember last year with our auditors, there was the $10.4 million write down because the debt was not considered to be able to be recovered. And so for transparency and to mitigate the city continuing to accrue negative fund balances, consistent with the city's guiding fiscal policies, if the city council's previous policy direction, I believe for the last 2 fiscal years has been to provide a subsidy in this transparent manner with a joint item.
Well, look, I understand that the prospects of us collecting, ultimately collecting on a loan they're not good. But if you don't show it as a loan, you got no prospects at all. So why not just show it as a loan?
Because our auditors directed us not to continue to do that. And
why not?
Because they said that we were not going to receive additional reimbursement from HUD.
Well, they don't know that. We don't know it. Like I said before,
I think if we want to, I would be happy to schedule time for the auditors to talk to you directly, Mayor Butt, but we're trying to be transparent with our accounting and to ensure that the public and the city council and the RHA board is clearly aware of the costs associated with operating the housing authority. The sooner we finish with Nevin and Hacienda, with Nevin, Hacienda, and Nystrom, the expenditures should decrease at an increasing rate. So we're on our way out the door, and this is the best and viable solution given the circumstances.
Well, the other question I had is the cost allocation formula. Has that been approved by HUD?
It was done to HUD standards. Delmy, do you want to interject?
Yes, actually, we just finished and we received the final document for the cost allocation plan. We have to sign the plan and it will be submitted to HUD. So it's not approved yet.
Well, you know, the problem we've gotten into for years is that we've done a cost allocation plan that was not approved by HUD. I think it was not even submitted. So
That's different this year. We are doing what HUD directed us to do in compliance with their standards.
And we also submitted the draft before finalizing the document, just to make sure that we were compliant.
well, I still don't understand why you can't show those subsidies as a loan. I mean, you can be transparent. I mean, the problem we got into before was that we were charging things off as loans that were not legitimate. They didn't meet with HUD guidelines, and so they disallowed them. But supposedly now we've learned to be more accurate, and I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to show them as a loan. If something happens and there's some money produced sometime in the future, you could pay the city back. But if you don't show them as a loan, you'll never get anything back. Okay, let's see. Do we have public speakers?
No public speakers.
Okay, so
We have one public speaker.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Look, when HUD lays down the law, you have to obey the law. You can't go around it on this stupid loan thing, you know, because if HUD tells you to do something, you're going to do it, or else you ain't going to get no money. How stupid can you be, Mayor? Try to go around the law, trying to con people and get like a loan. You don't pay the government back. The government gives you money for HUD, and you have to obey what HUD tells you to do. There's no buts, ifs about it, because when the feds pass a law, you have to obey it. Now, this is pretty damn stupid of you telling people that we want a loan and we're going to pay Richmond the feds back. It doesn't work like that. This is not a organized crime or the mafia or whatever. We all know that you did a backdoor deal on Point Melody. That was a scam. The marine energy you try to introduce was a scam. You know, I don't get it with you people. You know, you don't get a loan from the government. The government pays you for having housing. That's the bottom line. It's pretty stupid that the government gives you money that they can't back it up. I mean, that's just plain stupid. But like I say, you ain't got no choice. When the feds say you're going to do it, you're going to do it. No questions asked. And you're spending all this stupid damn time asking about a stupid loan. You know darn well you made backdoors dealing in Point Melody. You did special deals with the RPA. Said, oh yeah, you put me as mayor. I'll put all you people on the committees. You sold your soul to the RPA. You took a picture with that communist Bernie Sanders and the RPA. You know, this is the stupid things that goes on in this city council. Who cares, man? You're out of here anyway in about another 4 more months, so forget about it.
Time has expired. There are no more speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, motion by
I'll
Johnson.
second.
Who was the second? McLaughlin?
Me, yes.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Yes. Commissioner and Council Members Bates,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner and Council Members McLaughlin,
Yes.
Willis,
Yes.
and Chair and Mayor Butt.
No.
And the motion passes with Mayor Butt and Chair Butt voting no.
If I
You
may,
did not get my vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. The motion still passes with Chair and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the Housing Authority,
Mayor, but may I please acknowledge staff that worked on this? This is a really heavy lift for staff. I'd like to acknowledge Delmi, Rita, Gabino, Nanette, and all the staff that worked on this item. It's very time intensive to try to get this done on time in advance of July 1. So I just want to thank them for rolling up their sleeves and getting it done.
Thank you.
You're muted, Mayor Butt.
thank you, thank you. The Housing Authority meeting is now adjourned, and we'll proceed to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Present.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. And I've got a few things and then I'll go to other people. So Councilmember McLaughlin told me that she's going to remove item U. Is that right? Councilmember McLaughlin? Item U, report from the reimagining. Task
Yeah,
Force.
I actually didn't say anything to you, Mayor, but I told the city clerk, it's not that I'm removing, I want to share that the person who was going to give the reimagining task force report had a family matter come up at the last minute. So there is the report cannot be given tonight. So the item, of course, will go on, stay on the agenda for next month. But for this month, there will be no report. And I also have, if I could, want to remove withdraw from the agenda item AA.1. It needs more work, and I'll be bringing back a new item in July. So that's AA.1. That's the unhoused item. So that item will be removed. And like I said, I'll be bringing back a new item in July. I also want to ask you, Mayor, but if I could, if you're going to withdraw item W10A because of the legal risk that we've learned about.
No.
Okay, then I would like to table item W.10.A, the Point Mulati item.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, move to table by McLaughlin, second by Jimenez. Let's go ahead and vote on it. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Councilmembers Johnson and Bates voting no.
Okay, so moving along, I have some other items. I'm going to remove from the consent calendar item W2B, expand the terms of appropriated ARPA flex funds for Ride and Road residents. I'm going to remove item W3B, fiscal year 2022-23 Richmond Department and Fund for Children and Youth Grant Awardee recommendation. I'm going to remove from the consent calendar item W9E, contract with Ed Fund to provide youth programs to Camp Achieve Youth in partnership with Community Service Recreation. And let's see, Councilmember McLaughlin already moved item AA1. And I'm going to continue for 2 weeks, item AA2, resolution establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 residential rental housing fee. Are there other changes to the agenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
I wanted to request that we move Z1, the staff morale item, after X1, the budget item.
Item Z, what, item Z1?
Yeah, item Z1 after, and place it after X1, which is the budget item.
Well, I'm not gonna agree to moving stuff around, but if the council wants to overrule me, you know, you can go ahead. I don't see a motion, so it'll stay where it is. Other council.
Actually,
A minute.
I requested W2A removed from the CC calendar.
W2A, okay. Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, staff recommended to get out from the consent calendar W6D, and also recommended if we can put it at the beginning of the agenda. It's important, and it won't take that much discussion. So
Let
if
me
we
tell you
can,
one at a time. You want to remove W6D from the consent calendar?
W6D, the one that is talking about.
It should go under the budget session.
Yeah, before, yeah, under the
Well,
budget section.
yeah, no, I'm not gonna move it, but if you want to make a motion and get a vote to.
Mayor, but for the good of the order, please, Pam, if she can speak
It
to
requires a
the,
discussion.
it wasn't agendized properly.
What, W6D was not agendized correctly?
Right, it should be discussed.
So what do you want to do with it?
The second item under budget.
All right.
The budget session.
Okay, all right, okay.
And there's a request to remove item W1C from the consent. And council should know that this item needs to be approved in order to continue teleconferencing meetings.
To continue the next meeting.
Right.
Not this meeting, okay.
Right.
Okay, any other agenda items, agenda review items? Okay. Next item would be report from the city attorney of final decisions.
Yes, Mayor, member of the council. So on the closed session agenda, we had the Winehaven Legacy versus City of Richmond litigation. On that matter, we gave a status report. The council did vote motion by Councilmember Menace, second by Councilmember McLaughlin, that Councilmember McLaughlin be a representative in certain court matters, and that was approved 4-3. On the conference with labor negotiators, there was a status report on the negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to the C3, which is the litigation or the real estate matter at 1324 Canal Boulevard, that item was not discussed. With respect to two liability claim matters, one involving the property listed on the agenda there at Tunnel Avenue, the other San Pablo Avenue, 12200. On the first one, there was a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, seconded by Councilmember Johnson, unanimously approved to give settlement authority to the George Hill, our representative. The second item on the property on San Pablo, there was a motion by Councilmember Bates, seconded by the mayor, that also was approved unanimously, which was to authorize negotiations on a settlement with the item to be brought back to the council. So that concludes the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. If there are any public comments on that, we'll hear them during open forum. Next item is report from the city manager.
Evening, Mayor Butt, members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond Community members, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. I would like to let everyone know that on June 22nd, we have free bike repair scheduled at the Richmond Public Library. This is a partnership with Bay Area Bike Mobile, a partner of Spare the Air Youth and Safe Routes to School. These services will be available at the Richmond Public Library at 325 Civic Center Plaza on Wednesday, June 22nd. That's tomorrow, between 12:30 and 3:30 p.m. to get you and your bike road ready. If you would like to obtain more information regarding these services, you may contact 510-620-6557. Again, 510-620-6557. Also, there's a micro business grant available in the amount of $2,500. These grants are available to micro businesses. Eligible businesses must have been in operation since 2019. For more information, this is again through the California Office of Small Business Advocate at www.microbusinessgrant.org. Priority for the grants will be given on a first come, first served basis to traditionally underrepresented businesses, women, and veteran-owned businesses. We encourage those that are eligible to please apply. Again, this information is included in the city manager's weekly report. If you would like to be added to the weekly report, please feel free to call the main number here at City Hall in the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. And we're happy to help those who do not have access to a computer or have slow internet speed, and we're happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if there are any public comments on this, we'll hear them during open forum for public comment. The next item is open forum for public comment.
We do have a few speakers.
Okay, we have 3 so far: Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Madeline Law, and Pam Stello now. I have Don Gosney. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Don Gosney.
Thank you very much. One of the most divisive things going on in Richmond today is the heavy effort to take funding from the police department and reallocate it elsewhere. We hear all the time that even though many millions of dollars have been reallocated, that we're seeing no difference in the coverage we're getting from the police. To that, let me tell you about an incident I had just a couple of weeks back. I was out front with some neighbors and we saw an unhoused woman exit a detached garage, the kind with electricity but no water or sewer. She was carrying an orange 5-gallon plastic bucket. She walked over to the street and proceeded to dump the bucket of human waste into the gutter. It didn't take but a few seconds for the stench to waft our way. I grabbed my phone to call the non-emergency police line to have them check this out. I would hope that even the hardcore fanatics and true believers would object to having gallons of human waste dumped in front of their homes. The phone rang and rang and rang and rang. Their system is set up so it will ring 50 times. I counted and then disconnect. I went through this process for five full cycles and 26 rings into the 6th cycle before a human being picked up. That's 276 rings before there was someone available to pick up the phone to learn how they could be of help. We're hearing all the time about how short-staffed the police department is. The last count I was told that we were 28 officers shy of what's been funded. This is what we're not being told about is that it's not just the sworn officers that have been decimated. Office staff and investigative staff and even dispatchers are also feeling the cuts. And the good people of Richmond are feeling those cuts. I know I should feel safer with all of these cuts, and I should feel good that the unhoused now have showers and porta potties available every now and again. But for those of us paying the tab for all this, I'd sure like to know that we had police services to take care of our needs. On another note, as we have precious little time to discuss things under the public forum and to force us to add our comments about the reimagining public safety report at the same time, as long as the city attorney's report, there's just not enough time for all of that. You're shortchanging us. This isn't the school district where they really try to silence everybody. This is supposed to be the people's house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
During the New Testament times, the Apostle Paul wrote a letter to the Roman Church stating that homosexuals and lesbians is abomination. leaving the natural use of the body. Verse 126, chapter 1, verse 26. 2,000 years later, AIDS popped on the scene because these homosexuals were having sex with men, passing human waste to human waste, and killing thousands of people all over the world because they contaminated the blood supply. And now the Red Cross has banned homosexuals for giving blood. Even the Roman Catholic Church denounced Joe Biden and Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, for their abomination against the church and God's law. Now you got the homosexuals and lesbians raping young children of their true identity, trying to claim that Johnny has a vagina and Mary Jane has a penis. This is one of the most sickening things that our society has ever encountered. I mean, if you're having sex with other men, it won't be surprised if you're having sex with animals, because that's where this new virus come now. They call it the monkeypox. I wouldn't be surprised if these homosexuals are having sex with monkeys. This is how sick our civilization has become. And it's you, Mayor, and the city council is promoting this stuff. You're just as guilty of them, promoting transgenders who's living a lie. And these children look up to these city council members and the mayor of being somebody supposed to have some type of morality, and you're over there raping these children of their true identity. This is how sick our civilization has become. And you have the nerve to fly that gay flag. John Joy had that gay flag flying out of elementary school. You people are totally sick. Don't worry, sooner or later, the truth will find out when you have to stand in front.
Next speaker is Madeline Law. Madeline, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm speaking this evening on behalf of the Southside Improvement Group, +1. We are concerned about the Booker T. Anderson Recreation Center. We do understand delays and how they happen, but here we are in the summer months, and this is a crucial facility that should be used for our children during summer programs. So I would like to ask if staff or someone could give us updates on the center and how soon do we expect to get back in it. Our babies are being denied recreation programs because we are dragging our feet on getting a crucial facility restored that should have been done at least a year ago. So if we could get an update periodically on what is going on with the facility, we really appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello, and the following group of speakers will be Lisa Johnson, Naomi Williams, and the user MacBook Pro. Pam Stello, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Pam Stello?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Pam Stello. I'm a co-chair of the Point Melody Alliance. I want to thank council members McLaughlin, Martinez, Jimenez, and Willis for tabling agenda item W10A. Thank you for protecting the city from further litigation, representing the public interest, fiscal responsibility, and protecting the current residents of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I first just want to say thank you for the Juneteenth event that the city and the community and the organizational committee put on. It was a truly wonderful event, and it was nice to see them celebrate the history behind this and celebrating freedom. I'm also grateful tonight to see that Councilmember McLaughlin pulled item AA1. I'm not sure what it's going to take for the majority of this council to hear this community's concerns over the continued abuse of taxpayer money when it comes to addressing Ryden Road and Castro Street. The city provided $1.5 million of taxpayer money since March of 2020 to address Ryden Road and in some portion Castro. Almost $1 million of this money was provided without a proper RFP or even a proposal at the time under an urgency ordinance spearheaded by Councilmember McLaughlin 1 year ago. saying that Castro Street was an immediate crisis and had to be dealt with pronto. Today, neither Castro Street nor Ryden has been abated. Transitional housing has been offered to all Ryden Road residents and either refused or they have returned. Additionally, Ryden Road is further deteriorating in the past few weeks. If you drive by there, the west side of the road is constantly filled with vehicles. There are numerous tents on the I-580 overpass and extending along Central Avenue. It is getting worse, not better. The City Council unanimously approved an audit of these funds, HCEB, SOS, and RTEBN, the three recipients of these awards. That was over 6 months ago. We have nothing from that audit. Yet tonight, there was a proposal for $2.4 million of our money going towards more efforts. We saw it as a sole source contract. There was no RFP associated with this. There was no supporting letters from the Rotary Club or RCFS for the public to even know if they supported this. We deserve better. Please address this crisis.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. First, I want to say that there's going to be a career fair at the Hilltop Community Church this coming Saturday from 10 to 2. There will be people from all walks of life there wanting to know if you want to change your career. So please get in and come to the fair and get some information. And that's at 3118 Shane Drive, and that's from 10 to 2. And again, I want to thank you, Fog Gerald, for our NBA parade and for the event that we put on Saturday. It was a success. Thank you, Lisa. It was a real good success. And we had about 5,000 people out there. It's usually more, but I know we're still don't want to get out in it to make, make waves. But even I was out there. And I just want to say thanks to the city council, all of you that showed up for the parade and for the events. It was a success. And we had all local talent. So I'm very proud of us. I pat myself on the back. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is the user MacBook Pro. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. I want to give Naomi a shout out for mentioning our career fair. It will be this Saturday from 10 to 2. We've got dozens of construction trades unions there. The city of Richmond is going to be here. Mercy Housing will be taking applications for the hacienda. So if anybody's looking for a job or a career, please come up to the Hilltop Community Church at 3118 Shane Drive from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we hope to see you there. And thank you, Naomi, for the shout out and great job at Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. And just to remind everyone, the following items have been removed: W1C, W2A, W2B, W3B, W6D, which has actually been moved right under the budget, W9E, and I think that's it for the consent calendar.
And W10A was tabled.
Right, W10A tabled, okay. Okay, do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, who was the mover?
Councilmember Johnson?
Johnson, second by McLaughlin.
Yes.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the next item is item X1. You want to read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Item X1. Let's see. Yes, I will. Item X1 is to adopt resolutions approving one, fiscal year 2022 to 2023 annual operating budget, and two, fiscal year 2022, 2023 to 2026 through 2027 5-year capital improvement program budget.
Good evening, KCRT, can you please put up, or Mubin, please put up the PowerPoint? Thank you. Good evening, Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. The purpose of this evening's meeting is to continue to present a balanced budget for adoption, ideally this evening. The good news that I'd like to share, the council is already aware of this, but just so the community is fully aware, we received a bond rating upgrade. So we're really pleased with that. Feel like we're making some significant progress here in terms of getting our finances up to a level consistent with the community's expectations. And so really want to thank and acknowledge the City Council for their leadership through the transitions that we've had organizationally. And I want to thank Delmy and the entire finance team and all the city staff that have been actively engaged in the budget process. This is beyond an interdepartmental effort. Many staff throughout the entire organization, led by the budget team, which includes Mubin, Vernesia, Bert, and numerous accountants who Delmy has asked to jump in and help make sure that we are off to a good start in fiscal year 22-23. Next slide. So this evening, we're gonna again review our general fund balanced budget, continue to provide revenue assumptions and estimates, as well as expenditure assumptions and estimates, review the operating transfers out. Again, much of this information you've seen before, but we've continued to make refinements based on available information. We're going to illustrate the adjustments that have been made to provide you with an opportunity to adopt a balanced budget in advance of June 30th. We're going to talk briefly about the general fund reserve level. We want to make sure that the council understands that our goal this year is to ensure that we're increasing our reserve level, but we don't want to get into the myriad of accounting. It's kind of like a little bit of Candyland, for a lack of a better explanation, where we're trying to allocate money from the current fiscal year before the audit is near completion. And so we think, given that we are currently in the midst of several audits, we have what we'll share later as a number of fiscal headwinds given the rampant inflation that we're experiencing, and our firm commitment to honor the implementation of the class and comp study. We really want to make sure that we provide an opportunity for the city to see how we close out this fiscal year and keep that separate and distinct from fiscal year 22-23. And with that, I'll turn it over to Delmy. Next slide.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So tonight we have in here in front of you the general fund budget, balanced budget. On May 3rd, we came to you and we had an excess of revenue over expenses of $27,854. Then on June 7, we came back and we presented a budget with a surplus or an excess of revenue over expenses of $4.5 million. Tonight, we made those adjustments and we're presenting to you a balanced budget with those assumptions included, where revenue is 2.6 million and expenses at 2.6 million. Next. Here we have their general fund revenue assumptions, which we presented in the previous presentations. There are no changes to these assumptions. They basically stay the same, and we can go in details later on. Next. Oh, Antonio, I think I jumped and this was Antonio's slide. So.
Sure. The only thing I wanted to add to the previous slide is the assumptions haven't changed. In actually 2 weeks, we'll know how accurate some of these assumptions are and the forecasts are. First week of July, we should know from the property taxes. We'll know what the county has on their assessment roll. We should get a letter from the county assessor. We'll also get the equalized roll from the county auditor controller that lists the various valuations for all the parcels in Richmond. Also, in the first week of July, we should get a letter from Chevron and their final calculation for the 22-23 utility user maximum tax payable provision, which is what we call the tax. That's a huge part of the UUT. So we'll know how good these assumptions are first week of July, some of them at least. Next slide, please. So here we have the budget of general fund revenues. The new total amount of 206.6 million is an increase of just a little bit under 150,000 from what was shown at the June 7th presentation. The only item that changed was the operating transfer in. The increase stems from an updated bond payment where the required payment went down by this same amount. So that left the 150,000 available to be transferred into the general fund. So that's the only adjustment from the last meeting. That's it for general fund revenue. Next slide, please.
Hi. So these are the general fund expenditure assumptions. Nothing has changed from the previous presentations that we have made. If we can go back to the next slide, please. General fund expenditures, this is the current year, fiscal year 21-22 are 195.3. The proposed budget is at 2.6.6. What this budget includes is some of those assumptions that we made in the previous presentation, and we're going to visit them later on slide 9. But at this point, what we included in here is the salary and wages include the COLA that we have for the MOUs. We have the class and comp. We have some vacancy savings that we mentioned in the June 6th meeting. Benefits are based on the new rates from CalPERS, OPEB, and workers' comp. Professional and administrative and other operation utilities, equipment, and contracts are included at baseline budget with inflation contingency, which is included in there. The total expenditures is 2.6 million at this point. Here is a list of the transfers out. The transfers out for fiscal year 22-23 is estimated at 11.8. I'm sorry. There were some changes on the transfers out of approximately 696,000. This is basically changes in RHA. The RHA. Yeah, I'm sorry. The RHA allocation went down, and also the employment and training. So instead of being 12 million, it went down to 11.8. I will transfer it to Shasa.
So as we discussed in previous meetings, in order to implement the class and comp study in COLA, we've made an allocation for that in the budget. We're also conservatively estimating an inflation factor of 5%. If inflation continues to increase at its current rate, we're going to need to revisit that. We are also continuing to analyze legal services agreements and expenditures related to that, as well as our expenses for Point Melati. On this slide, it should have stated additional paving index investment / sidewalk repair / roadway safety improvements. So for the administrative record, I would like to acknowledge that and indicate that should have been reflected differently for that $1 million to provide some flexibility there. Housing First, the public bank, equity, the reparations, equity, and inclusion request for year 1 to develop a framework for implementation, literacy fair, short-term emergency housing interventions. And the idea here is that these are placeholders, And with the understanding that the budget is not an exact document, that it ebbs and flows, and every month the city council receives a monthly update on how we're doing financially. And so the idea here this evening is that the total available in terms of additional proposed budget saving and revenue adjustments are in a line at 13.8 with the proposed appropriations. And so that this will allow staff to develop definitive policy recommendations for the city council's consideration in these areas, some of which do involve meeting and conferring, some of which do involve items that need to be discussed with the council to get some consensus on policies, as well as procurement. Next slide.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, City of Richmond community. This slide presents the non-general fund revenue, non-general fund budgets for the fiscal year 22-23. These are totals by their fund category, and in total in all those categories, proposed budget for 22-23 is $231,707,000 approximately. And I would elaborate a little bit on like what is in each category, the major funds in all these categories. For example, in other operations, which is proposing about $27 million, it includes the transportation fund, Hilltop and Marina districts, and planning and building, employment and training, and stormwater funds are reflected in this total of $27 million. And then in the category of special revenue, which is about $40 million, it includes secured pension override fund, library fund, encroachments, and American Rescue Plan Act funds are reflected in this category. And then debt service funds, total proposed budget is about $21.6 million for the next year. And this category reflects pension obligation bonds and lease revenue bonds payments for those in the next year. And the category of enterprise funds, which is about $70.6 million for the next year, includes port operations, wastewater, marina operations, and KCRT funds. These are the major ones. It's not the fully exhaustive list though. And then internal service funds, which are proposing about $25.2 million for next year. It includes risk management and equipment replacement funds budgets. And then housing, which is about $5.5 million proposed budget for next year, includes funds around the housing and community development block grant, housing administration, home program, neighborhood stability program, and housing in lieu funds. And then we have at the bottom, Richmond Housing Authority funds, which is proposing $4.9 million budget, which just got approved earlier in the evening in this specific council meeting. And this slide shows the proposed capital improvement funds budgets, which is about $37.3 million for the next fiscal year. And I would only mention in this list the 1054 fund engineering grant, which is proposing $14.5 million for next year. And the major projects in that fund are Borman Park revitalization for about $3.5 million. And then we have bridge prevention maintenance on Richmond Parkway, about $1.9 million. And then we have Harbor 8 Park extension project, about $6.2 million. And this concludes the highlights of the capital improvement programs budget. And please keep in mind that these are the capital improvement funds, which are categorized as capital improvement funds, and not all projects are necessarily capital projects. So, and over to Shasa. You're on mute.
One of the things that we wanted to make sure to discuss this evening is, and I really want to commend for Mubin for coming up with this term, is for us to talk about what we're going to categorize as fiscal headwinds. So we don't want to have a scarcity mindset, and we don't want to suggest that the city council move towards austerity. but we do want to be very thoughtful and cautious as we move forward, because this is, I think, the first time where we're having a pandemic, at least in modern times, right? Where we're having a pandemic, we're having a war, there are significant supply chain constraints, and we're having significant inflation, and the Federal Reserve is also raising interest rates at a really fast pace. And so those 5 things combined means that we have to be very thoughtful and very prudent in our recommendations, especially because we want to implement the class and comp study, and we're having a difficult time attracting new staff. So for purposes of this budget, I want to remind the council that we've previously discussed, and there appeared to be consensus on us having an approximately 6% vacancy rate that we would closely monitor with HR and finance. And that means that as the budget process moves forward, it means that we have to be very prudent in our decision-making and in our estimating. And it's really important to me, as I know it is important to all of you, that we implement the COLAs and class and comp study. And so we budgeted for that appropriately. But all of those costs for class and comp and COLA, those do have a compounding effect. And so it's very important that finance staff, HR staff, Siegel, and RGS all feel comfortable as we're proceeding forward and providing recommendations for the city council on how to adopt and implement those things. Next slide, please. In addition, we have significant increases in obligations to CalPERS and OPEB. So these are categorized as unfunded liabilities. So I think it's really important that we are thoughtful and that we understand that we've made commitments to all of our colleagues and the people that provide, that are our colleagues and that are the staff and provide service to our residents, but in the form of their pensions and in the form of other post-retiree medical benefits. And so those numbers are here illustrated for transparency and to ensure that the council and the public are aware of our obligations. Next slide. In addition, we're trying to ensure that we address issues with our risk reserve and general liability. So you'll see here on the slide that there's an acceptable rate, low, target, and high, and conservative for the various types of expenditures for general liability and workers' comp. And so it's very important to us that we get a better handle on these expenses. We know that we've been having conversations with the council, and you can see that these costs are increasing at an increasing rate. And so we need to work together proactively, develop a strategy to bring them under control. Next slide. Another thing that's really important to us is improving the paving index. This is something universally in our community survey where it's an important matter for community residents is for us to make sure that we improve our paving index. And so we're going to try to continue to make significant investments in paving. We have an internal paving crew that does a great job. I was recently out on Roosevelt watching them do their work and meeting the staff, and really want to thank all of our staff in particular, but it was really great to see the paving crew out taking care of streets and making the appropriate repairs. And so having those types of functions internally is really important for us to be able to improve our overall strategy. But in addition to that, we have to have a strategy with our engineering department to also take on larger jobs to get, like, for example, the Richmond Parkway and other areas that need to be addressed. Next slide. So with that, in terms of our next steps, I have been in touch and had our meeting with Badawi and Associates. We discussed the City Council's concerns regarding a couple of things. One are regarding last year, how we can make sure that we come to the City Council earlier before the audit is finalized with some initial findings not in the sense of having exact numbers, but making sure that as we're looking at year-end cleanup and recommendations from the auditors to mitigate audit findings, that we will report back to the city council with those cleanup measures to get a consensus on those before implementation. And that we would also be coming back in first quarter with an update regarding our expenditure projections and revenue projections based on the information that Antonio described earlier. As we've mentioned, a lot of these numbers come in after our deadline of adopting a budget before June 30th. And so we're happy to provide you an update on first quarter to let you know how things are looking and to continue to be on a path of continuous improvement and transparency. And with that, I would like to turn it over for questions and respectfully ask that the city council consider adopting the budget this evening. It's been a heavy lift for staff, and it would be a monumental achievement for us to be able to do that by June 21st. And really thank all of you for your support as this being my first inaugural budget that I've been responsible for. I'm really pleased and proud to be able to present a balanced budget to you yet again for consideration. I know it's not perfect, and there's still a lot of policy and programmatic things we need to work out, but I think it's a good outline for us to continue to work collaboratively together to implement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions from council members, and I'm gonna time you guys at 5 minutes, so please be succinct. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to go directly to the key inclusions that you have in here, City Manager, in terms of the surplus and some savings. I guess it all adds up to 13.8 million. You have the COLA, you have the vacancy rate, you have legal services, including Point Melati expenses, you have the paving index and sidewalk repairs and safety enhancements, you have housing first, public bank, reparations, equity and inclusion implementation, light literacy fair, and short-term emergency housing interventions. And I know those came from many of our requests. They're, a request in terms of being put on the checklist. You heard us, you put them on there. So I really appreciate that. I do want to say that for the public bank, it's 750,000. I think we can move that to ARPA to be voted on as part of that of the ARPA funding that we will have available. I know we have something like 19 million. It's the public bank fits right into that because of it will help us help small businesses recover from the pandemic and help with affordable housing. And we know how the pandemic has impacted housing. So, and other aspects. And there is going to be a Richmond Town Hall meeting. I don't have the date yet, but various groups have been contacted and the whole city will be invited. So I would like to say that we move the 750,000 to ARPA funding to be voted on then when that time comes, and instead utilize the 750,000 for street safety initiatives. We have so many concerns about, on Carlson Avenue. I know in our list of emails that we got today, Key Boulevard and Barrett, there's real concerns about safety there. So, and we know we have a local road safety plan, but there's not funding for implementing that yet, although there is a plan for fundraising. But it would be great to start doing some interim road safety right away. So I would like to suggest that we utilize that 750,000 for road safety initiatives. I mean, I don't know how you want to do, I mean, we used
But
to
do you
vote.
want me to, may I, through the chair, may I respond, Mayor Bet?
Yes, please.
Okay, so staff can certainly research that and confirm that that can adheres to the ARPA guidelines, and we can certainly bring that back to City Council for consideration. But I think that in the motion, we would be happy to work in that direction.
Okay, so what you would like to do is that we move it all together with the understanding that if the $750,000 for public bank can be moved to ARPA funding, we instead use it for road safety.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the presentation and all the work that you have been doing. Thank you so much for answering some of my questions prior to this as well. I have a couple of questions. One is in page 3 of the agenda report and revenues, you said that the city is projecting an additional 14.3 million in general fund revenue from the current fiscal year 2021, 2022 revised general fund budget. But when we are talking about the surplus in table 6, the amount presented is 13,825,823. There is a difference of $400,000+. Can you explain that difference and if I am reading that correctly? This is one
Do you want to
question.
go ahead and take that question? Or Mubin?
Yes, I can try. So council member, would you please refer to the page number again?
Yes. Page 3 on the agenda report in the revenues.
And the revenues, the total revenues are, okay, projecting additional. Okay, and then.
And the surplus, the table that you is putting out here is here.
There's not a correlation between there's not a correlation because this is after this slide is after all the expenditures, right? We had out of this, so there was an excess of 14.3 million in general fund revenue, right? But we're saying after all of the expenses, then there was 4.5 left. Then there's 6% vacancy, the P tours and other savings. And so that's why there's not a these numbers aren't designed to tie. They're different. It's a different analysis.
So if I can mention this slide that you see right here, slide 9 is exactly what we showed you on June 7th. But what happens right now is that you have a surplus and we implemented all of these items that are mentioning here. And that's why now it shows on table 1 that it balanced. The total revenue is 206.6 and expenses 206.6.
So why did you mention 14.5, 14.3?
Where, the 14.3 in revenue?
Because revenue increased, like for example, Measure U increase, sales tax increase, all of those, the general fund revenue increase. So the total amount of money coming in increased. That's what's estimated. Antonio, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. The only thing I want to add, the 14.3 is the proposed 22-23 revenues compared to the mid-year adopted or the revised 21-22. We're just showing what changed from last year or the current year to what's being proposed to next year. That's what the 14.3 corresponds to.
That's correct.
Yeah, bunch of changes in different places and they total to 14.3.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. So, and also there is a mention of the general fund reserve level. You mentioned that is that we are not putting money because the level will exceed the policy target of 15%. What is the percentage of the reserve level at today?
Tell me, do we have that? I don't.
I think we made a preliminary estimate, right, Mubin, but the numbers keep moving as we move along day by day. So we can just go with the audited numbers at this time, or do you want us to, I think the last analysis was done in May.
I would say like the number that we have in the unassigned, I would say it is still what we had. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I answer the question, please?
Sure,
So-
go ahead. Go ahead.
So the fundamental problem we had last fiscal year is that we started during this budget process at the end of the year. There were accounting things that were done that were not consistent with GFOA standards. So what we're trying to do this year is work with the auditors so we can give you a definitive projection and make sure that, for example, and I think this is an analogy I gave to one council member. It's like we think that we're getting an income tax return. And so before we actually get the income tax return, right, then we start spending it before it's even come in the mail and we know what the dollar amount is. So what we're trying to do is close out the fiscal year, because a lot of departments have historically held invoices, and we're happy to come back in July with an update. But we want to close out the fiscal year, make sure we have accurate projections so that we don't give the council a false sense of how little or how much money we may actually have. So that's what we're trying to do. And so we believe, based on initial conversations and internal projections that are still not finalized, right? Because, for example, the class and comp study, those numbers keep moving. We feel very uncomfortable providing a definitive reserve level beyond the 15% because we don't know where the numbers are going to land. But we're feeling that we've done a good job of budgeting and following the city council's policy direction. And unfortunately, a lot of programs did not spend what they were allocated. So there's going to be savings.
Okay. Okay, so meaning we will waive July outdate and audit to know more about this. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So,
thank you.
So there is a 2 or 3 more questions, and I will finish. My other thing was that in my question I asked in the capital improvement projects, why the ARPA community needs assessment, the $150,000 was there, and your answer was that the ARPA this should be moved out of the CIP, but it's still there. So the answer was this will be corrected, but it's still there. So just please notice that and correct it, because if we are going to approve that, I think like what I would like to say is that with the amendment that that item of $150,000 that is going for the ARPA community needs assessment is not going to be part of the capital improvement projects. And in that sense, I want to see what are the key performance indicators to evaluate the progress of the capital improvement projects, because I don't see it here. So I just wondering if there is a document with that, so we can actually follow the improvements. And I say that because what we see in this budget is that a lot of the money that was approved last year wasn't spent, and I understand because maybe are bigger projects and they were not spent all the time, all the amounts, but it will be good to have key performance indicators to evaluate the progress. So are they, do you have them, and can you add it to the narrative in the budget?
That's a really good suggestion. Unfortunately, Joe Leach, the Director of Public Works, who is in charge of the capital improvement program implementation, is not with us this evening, but we can certainly pass that on as a directive and council checklist item. I think that's an excellent idea. Also, by way of background, there's 5 key vacancies in Public Works. And so there's a matter that I believe has to go to the personnel board soon regarding the deputy position to help iron that out. There was also recently a failed recruitment for a capital improvement project manager position. That position was recruited requiring a PE. And unfortunately, that failed. And so at this juncture, the Director of Public Works is the only city employee that is a PE, and he has 5 key vacancies. So I understand and support the idea that we should have metrics and we should have a strategy for completing the work in a timely manner. But I also want to acknowledge that the Director of Public Works is not fully staffed.
Okay, we will need to also move quickly and have some strategies around that. And the capital improvement projects, there is an allocation for the Martin Luther King Jr. Center of $267,692. What is that money for?
Renesia, are you here?
And I can tell you in which
the senior budget analyst that works on the CIP budget.
Hi, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. And it's page 25 of the capital.
Hi, council member. This is Renesia Ward, the senior budget analyst, and I'm responsible mainly for the capital projects. That $267,000 for NLK has been there for a while. Initially, when the center was demolished, that's remaining insurance funds that were set aside for that building. However, that is not enough money to construct the building. So it's just kind of sitting there.
Okay, well, that I think like is also important. Like that was a commitment to the community. So thinking about how to put more money or to where grants and money could be allocated to rebuild that center will be important, because that is something that the community, the city promised to that community. And I will finish with that I'm glad that Gail McLaughlin moved the $750,000 to street safety because it's something that our community needs, and we want to see some more of the safety improvement infrastructure throughout the city. Thank you.
Okay, well, you went over your 5 minutes, but not too
We went
much.
over also when you were talking
Okay.
last time.
It's a good try. Okay, Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want you to go back to the public imaging section. It indicates 1.3 million and 1.9 million for a total of 3.3 million. My question is, are these people on board already?
LaShonda, Ms. White, are you available to assist in answering these questions?
I am. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. LaShonda White, Interim Director for Community Services. So with regards to the 1.98 million for Youth Works, we are in the process of hiring staff, but we had 2 staff members that were on board as part of the reimagining public safety work. And oh, you can't see my camera, I'm sorry. They left, so we are in the process of recruiting. So we don't have staff members on board, and we're actually trying to increase the number of employment specialists that are supporting that project. But the majority of that, or a lot of that funding, goes to support the income that is paid to young people for doing work during the summer and throughout the year. With regards to unhoused, I would have to ask, that was in the past, or that was a contract for the funding that was allocated through for the unhoused, and it wasn't necessarily dedicated to a staff person.
What about the 1.3 million?
That 1.3 million, if I'm not mistaken, that is for the unhoused intervention work, and that 1.3, the majority of that went to support a contract for that service.
Well, my question is very simple. At what council meeting did we approve the allocation of $3.3 million for this public imaging committee?
I can go back and look at the exact meeting date, Councilmember Bates, but the total during the fiscal year 21-22 budget development process was actually if I'm not mistaken, $6.38 million to support 4 intervention strategies that were recommended through the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. But I can go back and figure out exactly what that date was that council did approve. It was option E, I believe, where council did approve the allocation of that funding from various revenue sources, mainly the general fund, to support those 4 intervention strategy areas.
Well, you said a total of $6 million there.
It was over $6 million, correct?
That was serious questions raised about the auditing that was requested by Vice Mayor on the Ryden Road. Why is it that we have not gotten received an audit to that effect? And who determines how money is spent, and what oversight do we have to make sure money is appropriately spent?
Councilmember Bates, this is Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So in regards to the audit, there was a request by the City Council to not do a full audit that would cost the city funds to complete, but ask staff to review expenditures related to the HCEB contract. So that is the Housing Consortium of the East Bay. Staff has done that, and we've provided a link on the Housing Division's website. Included on that webpage is the contract expenditure summary, in addition to all the administrative amendments that have been completed. And we've also posted information about core services provided as well as calls for services. So that has been completed. I know recently we've also been getting Public Records Act requests related to expenditures, but staff is reviewing invoicing related to all the contracts. And currently we have 2 contracts. One is with Housing Consortium of the East Bay, and the other is Rebuilding Together East Bay North, which supports the SOS Richmond services that are being provided at various encampments.
Did you provide that to the City Council?
We did. We sent it via email.
I don't recall. If some other councilman recall receiving it, I hope you speak up. And if you didn't, I think you better resend it, because I have no idea of having received that document.
I'd be happy to resend it.
Any other council members received it? Well, did the mayor receive it?
Yeah.
Not that I recall. I got a bunch of invoices, that didn't make any sense. I had a lot of questions about them, and I never got answers.
Okay, well, a final question I want to address to the city manager. This is your recommendation as we move forward as relates to the expenses for the budget for this coming year. Now, I know we discussed in executive session about hiring some officers. However, you don't show any budgetary amount that reflect an increase in hiring police officers. And this is your budget. This is what you are recommending. Now, why is that not part of a public safety complete recommendation as well?
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. That's a good question. After the discussion this evening, I plan to come back to the City Council on the 28th or the first meeting in July, probably the first meeting in July, because I won't make the deadlines for the June 28th meeting with the information and with a proposed budget allocation. That will enable us to also have more definitive information on the projections. And so I'm hoping that there can be a balance between an increase in revenue expenses and increase in costs associated with the recommendations we discussed earlier. So that way we can fully implement the broad spectrum of requests from the city council in a financially prudent manner. I do acknowledge that this process has been challenging. I'm trying to balance all of the requests from the 7 council members, as well as the top concerns from the community. And your points are well taken, and I will do a better job moving forward.
So whatever you come back with in reference to the public safety, that will increase the budget significantly. And then you plan on what? Cutting back what you're proposing today? Or how are you going to make the adjustment without the funds?
We do have, remember, we have the 7.3 million that we've allocated. So we have revenue set aside to help address the city council directives that are part of the meet and confer process. So I'm trying to be deferential, but I do want to acknowledge that we have budgeted for those requests in the 7.3 million.
Well, we have not concluded with some negotiation for public employees' salary. Am I not correct?
Dave, do you want to opine? Sorry to throw you on the spot, but Councilmember Bates, I always want to be respectful and answer your questions, but I also want to acknowledge that we're in a meet and confer process. And so I defer on the city attorney on how much I should be disclosing.
Well, what was his question?
Well, we have not concluded all of the negotiations for public employees' salary increases.
Correct.
So you're submitting a budget that doesn't reflect the potential amount of increase in revenue, which means whatever we give is going to go over the budget of what we are presented tonight.
Well, I think the budget assumes some amount that is going to go into negotiations. Obviously, the negotiations right now, we're talking about multi-year agreements. And so how that works out in terms of the various years has not been determined at this point.
Well, what I'm saying is that we potentially have an unbalanced budget until we complete the negotiation with all of our public employees union. Because this budget does not reflect any increase to any employees that we're currently bargaining with.
Councilmember Bates, respectfully, we do have a placeholder in the budget, right? It's a lump sum amount that we budgeted with the understanding that we're in a meet and confer process and we will be taking direction from the city council. We believe that the amount that we budgeted provides ample opportunity for the city council to provide us direction for implementation for year 1 expenses for fiscal year 22-23.
Well,
so I guess, Councilmember Bates, what you're saying is true in this extent. If the council in the negotiations, which are ongoing, ends up giving more money than the lump sum that we think is sufficient, then at that point, the budget might be unbalanced, but maybe you can find other revenue or other things. But it isn't, those, you're right, those negotiations are not concluded, and depending upon the council decisions, the budget here could be balanced or it could be unbalanced. It would depend upon the council decisions as a part of the negotiation.
Well, I'm not I don't want to further, discuss it. I understand what you're saying. So I'll just leave it at that and allow my colleagues to continue to discuss it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing to some of the points, or the point that I raised earlier in the discussion. This is a totally different subject matter. It was raised by a member of the public during open forum. It's the Booker T. Anderson Community Center. Is there funding in there in the capital improvement or in some fund to move forward with that, or is there already funding that is being utilized to repair so we can get the kids into the center this summer?
Yes, you may recall that there was a fire as a result of so there was a fire, and this is being handled through our insurance. We do have to pay essentially the deductible, but that has been budgeted for. If we do experience, because we're in a time of significant inflation, if we do experience, or if there are projected cost overruns, we'll let the council know about that expeditiously. I want to thank staff for putting up the sign that the community requested. They've also cleared out the building over the last couple of days, joint effort between recreation, utility workers, stationary engineers. So that way we can get that project going. And so it is in progress, and construction will be commencing any day now.
Wonderful to hear, wonderful to hear. And as the speaker said, it'll be good to keep getting updates, or maybe it'll move so quickly that the next update will be completion. But I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll provide a more comprehensive update at the next city council meeting.
Thank you.
any other questions from council members? Let's go to the public speakers.
We have one public speaker. No, we have 3 public speakers, sorry.
I have Lisa Johnson, Mark Wasberg, and Catherine. Lisa Johnson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm extremely concerned about our public safety sworn officers and personnel within RPD and RFD. I'm respectfully requesting that the council consider utilizing some of the 13.8 million projected surplus to come up with a serious plan to both recruit and retain our sworn officers and firefighters. We all know it will take months to finalize new contracts for them. Neither department can keep working under current conditions with mandated overtime hours that are simply unsustainable. I'll start with RPD and talk about RFD later because they both deserve being heard. RPD is down 48 officers due to vacancies and out on leave. What the public needs to understand is that RPD can't properly staff all 9 beats anymore 24/7. We don't even have enough crime scene technicians to fill the 5 teams. That means you have to pull an officer every shift multiple times when a CST is needed. That means that the patrol units have to cover more than 1 beat. To meet those needs, the chief further had to reduce or eliminate all of our investigative units. What does that mean for victims? Delayed justice, if at all. We have another 18 officers eligible for retirement by the end of just this month. If they leave, we go down from 97 to 79 active sworn officers. Potentially more, depending on more if they go out on injury leave and sick or stress. You have to understand the strain you're putting them under mentally and what this is doing, not just to their safety, but our safety and those they serve. You are putting everybody at risk. It is not right, and it's not right for their families. Why would anybody want to work here anymore? Please look at that budget and find ways to retain and recruit officers immediately and give them some incentives. They have ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
This whole thing's like the savings and loan scam. You know what they're doing? The RPA is shuffling money from here, from there. It's all it is a scam. I mean, you have all these millions of dollars and not 1 cent you want to give to law enforcement. You're not going to better the streets. You're just going to put it in your pocket. You know, McLaughlin and other members on the council have their own secret bank accounts. They're shuffling the money from nonprofit to nonprofit. I never even heard these other agencies that's dealing with this dumb SOS. Any good prosecutor will have a field day with this in court. There's no accountability. There's no receipts. There's no nothing. It's just all cash money just given here and given there. And you people are so stupid. You're sitting there saying please and all this other stuff. These people are criminals. Don't you know that? Flat out criminals. And if you put Aguado as mayor, it's even going to be worse because you'll have McLaughlin all over again. What is wrong with you people? This is what you call city crime. Is like organized crime. They make the mafia look like Boy Scouts. There need to be a major investigation by the FBI or some type of prosecutor, the district attorney, on where is the money going. You're talking $250,000 gone. No receipts, no paper trail, nothing. It just completely poof. And then Aguado Martinez, he's asking for another $50,000 for what? To put in their secret bank accounts? They're using nonprofit organization to shuffle the money. I tell you, man, and you people are so dumb out there and you don't even get it, do you? Look at these agencies that this one, like Lindo or whatever her stupid name is. Look at Google these agencies that's the SOS is dealing with. They're paper, they're fraud.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Catherine. Catherine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this an appropriate time to talk about the $50,000 flex funds?
No.
Okay, what agenda item or when do I get to speak on that issue?
If and when it comes up, you can speak on it then.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Amanda Jenkins.
Oh, good evening. My name is Amanda Jenkins, and I am a resident at the Riding Road encampment. I also am the founder of the Castro encampment, and I would just like to say that we residents, we want to know where that money went as well. You know, it's not our fault that the city council gave these people $1.8 million to spend on the homeless because we didn't see it. We haven't seen nowhere near $1.8 million. Maybe 100,000 if you're lucky, and I don't even know if that's a good number. We haven't seen any of that money. I don't know where it went. I don't know. That's not our job. But to say that we can't have the 50,000 that has already been allocated, or to not open that money up to be used for what the residents really need it for, is crazy. You know what I'm saying? We're out here living like animals. People are dying. These are people's lives you're talking about. I don't know how many times I've asked several different city council members for meetings so that we could talk about this outside of this meeting, but I never get them. I'm on every committee known to man for the homeless out here, advocating for them. And I can tell you, we haven't seen any of this money. So somebody needs to audit somebody because we don't know where it's going, but we shouldn't be penalized because you gave them the money and you don't know where it went. We really need that $50,000 this time for us, because Collaborizing actually listens to us and they actually help. The rest of these people, they don't. I don't know where the money's going, but it ain't going to us. But we need that 50,000. So if you guys could let it go, it'd be nice.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, are there any final comments from city council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, this is a question for the city manager. City manager, you mentioned.
You've already had your 5 minutes, so make it quick, okay?
Yeah, so you mentioned that. I just wanted to say, what do you mean by strategize and work together to decrease general liability and workers' compensation?
I think that's a question that I would prefer to discuss in closed session. That we have some issues that we need to fix.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I've been on this council quite a few years, and very, very seldom do I vote against a proposed budget. But when I look at what is going on with this particular budget, the lack of accountability in a number of areas, we have no idea how the money is being spent. We have no idea who is authorizing what money to be spent. And I think the lady just recently spoke in terms of the Ryden Road. Whatever money was spent, the people who were supposed to benefit did not benefit. And staff has a responsibility to oversee taxpayers' dollars. The second is that when I see 3-point-some million going for public imaging and 0 is going to the police department, that in my opinion is the #1 priority in this city. People want police protection and fire protection. When they call upon these two agencies, especially the fire, it's a life and death situation. People need that kind of immediate service. And when we get short there, that's devastating to people who depend upon that. The same as police. When you want an officer to come there and respond to a break-in, a burglary, or a theft, or whatever, and when you don't get that kind of response, people get quite irritated and disgusted. So I'm not going to vote for this budget, primarily because it does not protect, in my opinion, the people that we are supposed to be protecting, and that's the average John Doe citizen, and especially the citizen in the minority community where 60% thereabout of the crimes are occurring, as well as throughout the city. So in good conscience, I will not vote for this budget.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly to respond to the public comment, the flex funds was on the consent calendar, but it got moved to the end of the agenda after it was taken off by the mayor, who wants to bring up things around it. And secondly, I did just want to say thank you to city staff for everything you're doing, always operating within chaos. And even though there isn't always a plan or a blueprint for you to go on, you still figure out how to come together, bring the information that we need, and take direction from the council to the best of your ability, despite the criticisms that you may face. I recognize that you're doing a good work, and without you, we wouldn't be able to have a balanced budget to be adopted, hopefully tonight. So I did want to share my appreciation for staff in getting us to not only a balanced budget, but a surplus budget, which is a lot better than previous years where we were constantly looking at a layoff list. And now we're also looking at ways to better support our staff, but it's going to take time. It's going to be a process, and I appreciate y'all keeping the lights on while we're here making the decisions to provide guidance on behalf of the constituents that we represent. So those are the only comments I want to say. Thank you, staff.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the city manager what you are requesting from us. Do you want us to approve the budget with the, first of all, we know that there is 7.4 million in there for raises through class and comp study. It's, it could, if it turns out to be more, as the city attorney said, we'll have to come back and adjust the budget, but there is 7.4 million in there, and that includes police raises. And of course, those points made by Councilmember Bates were important. But I also would want to say that, the other change that we made was, I believe, the 750,000 for the public bank would be researched as to coming from ARPA and changed to road safety or street safety. So if you would like me to make a motion to that effect, to approve the budget with that knowledge, as I just stated, I will be happy to do so.
Well, go ahead.
Thanks, Councilmember McLaughlin. It's adopting a resolution approving the, and Madam Clerk, if she would like to read it into the record, it's, we have to have it in the order specified on the agenda.
Okay. So this is item X1, is to adopt resolutions approving the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 annual operating budget and fiscal year 2022 through 2023 to 2026 through 2027 5-year capital improvement program budget. And also with the Councilmember McLaughlin's recommended that with the understanding that if the 750,000 public bank appropriation can be moved to ARPA funding, that it be used for road safety initiatives.
Correct. Thank you. That's my motion. Yeah.
Can I also add?
Councilmember Jimenez, you're 5 minutes. You already used up your 5 minutes. It's my turn now.
No,
So
it's that I want to add to that motion an additional thing that I said, which is that the understanding also that $150,000 who are in the capital improvement projects for the ARPA needs assessment should move out of that there.
Okay, I accept that friendly amendment. But
Okay.
is that a second to my motion with that
Yes.
amendment? Okay.
Okay, so I have not yet had a chance to comment, and I will do so now. First of all, I want to congratulate the city manager for bringing us a balanced budget. It was a lot of hard work and a lot of challenges, particularly with the staff shortages we have. So I think she did a great job, and I think staff who were involved in the budget did a great job. Now, having said that, this is not a city council budget. This is an RPA budget, and because of that, I'm not going to support it. Well, the other thing is I want to thank the city manager for being candid about some of the risks involved in this budget. She talked about OPED and CalPERS unfunded liability at $367 million. She talked about a PCI loss of 9 points in 5 years. That means our roads are going to hell, and there's no money in the budget to do anything about it. And she talked about underfunding of the risk reserve, which is largely related to Point Melati and the poor decisions that our RPA dominated city council members have made. So, some of the reasons I can't support this budget is that instead of addressing the things that the people of Richmond really care about, like public safety, like the condition of our roads and streets, what they've done is they've filled it up with a lot of frivolous items, like the public bank, nearly $1 million, Housing First, $425,000. Who knows what that is or where it's going to go. And Point Melati litigation, which we know is underfunded. And also the fact that there's no funding in there to address the shortages we have in our police department. And there's all kinds of money in there to fund the frivolous projects of the Reimagining Public Safety Committee. So task force. So, once again, this is not a city council budget. This is not a budget that our city council can come together on and reach a consensus. This is an RPA budget, and I will not support it. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. City Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes, and I would like to say that because we approve ONS budget of $2 million, they got from the state $6 million additional dollars this year.
Councilor
This
Jimenez,
is what we are doing. So yes, on
Councilmember
this
Jimenez,
budget. Thank you.
this is a vote, not a speech. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Johnson.
See a lot of things I fought for in this budget, and city manager did a great job. So I'm saying yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, despite the propaganda comments that came from the mayor, yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no.
And just as people know, we approve $1 million for pavement
Hey,
and
we're done.
$750,000 for street safety in this budget.
Let's stop the speeches and move on. Okay, so we've got another item that we moved after this.
W6D.
Yeah, okay, so let's take that up. Would you read that, please?
Okay. Yes. Item W6D is to approve a resolution authorizing issuance of taxable pension refunding bonds, Series 2022, to refund certain outstanding taxable pension funding bonds of the city, authorizing execution of a first supplemental indenture and approving and directing all other matters related thereto.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, this is a continuation of the pension obligation bond refinancing project. And here to present the report is Mark Northcross, the city's municipal advisor. Mark.
Thank you, Anil. We covered this in a slide deck that we shared with you at your June 7th meeting. What we're doing here is approving the core bond document for refinancing the 2005 pension obligation bonds, which enables us to terminate the interest rate swap and to convert those bonds from variable rate to fixed rate as directed by the council. The reason why we want to bring it tonight is that, as we explained last time, the swap has the effect of hedging the city against rising interest rates. It means that no matter what we do, whether rates go up or down, it costs the city the same. Given that, let's take the time to do it absolutely right, protect your pension tax override money. And so we're doing the approval of the indenture to allow an extra 60 days to expire, which adds additional legal protection before we actually sell the bonds. So the resolution that we're asking you to approve creates some choices that we'll come back to this council at your July 19th or July 26th meeting. The choices are whether or not to extend the refinancing term. That has to do with protecting your pension tax override revenues. And we'll come back to council before the 19th with an information item, and we'll present to staff and we'll present recommendations to the council on that. In addition, we also recommended refinancing the B1 series of bonds from 2005 and the 1999 bonds. That optionality, if you will, is all in the resolution. And so the council is being asked to approve the indenture tonight, but again, with the condition, they're going to be coming back to you to get specific on recommendations for the financing term and all the debt that we're recommending. That's the short version. Happy to answer questions.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does, sir.
Okay, are there questions from council members? I don't, Councilmember Jimenez, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make a comment and thank you for doing this presentation and all the work that you have been doing. And I think this is what, because of that and because of the work that about the swaps and really being fiscal responsible, or general credit rating is going up from Baa3 to Baa2. And this will result hopefully in lower interest rate and lower cost of borrowing. And I think the city council has been taking that serious, and we have been working with you, and thank you for all the work, and thank you, Anil. I really want to thank Anil because you have been leading this work, and it's paying off in that sense. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Let's go to the public speakers.
Okay, I do not see any public speakers for this item.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move the item.
I'll second.
Motion by Jimenez, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yep.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So I believe that takes us to Y1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and read that.
Y1 is a public hearing. It is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report and ordering the levy and collection of assessments in the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District for the fiscal year 2022 through 2023, providing for a 3% increase in annual assessments.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Mary Phelps. I'm the project manager for the Water Resource Recovery Department. I'm representing Joe Leach, the Public Works Director, and Greg Hardesty, the Park Superintendent, who were not able to participate in tonight's meeting. We did have a presentation ready to explain the item before you tonight, but due to the many items that are on the council agenda, I thought that I would suggest that we just present the report in brevity as to what normally takes place this evening, which is basically to open the public hearing, call for comments, listen to all the comments if there's not any objections, close the public hearing, and then adopt the resolution to pass the resolution to have the fees placed on the parcel taxes for the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance and Lighting District. Basically, there was an agenda item put before the City Council back in May to accept the engineer's report. That report you received a draft of, and then notices were mailed to all the property owners, notifying them of tonight's public hearing. And if there was any objections, they were allowed to either submit those objections in writing or appear before the council this evening. So it's the mayor and the council's decision if you would like us to do the presentation. KCRT does have the presentation, but it's just basically a detailed description of what I just described. So
does anybody on the council want to see the full presentation? I don't see any, so are there questions from council members?
Actually, we have to open the public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to see if there's questions from council.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I appreciate the report. However, these public assessments, we wind up having staff doing the work. Is that accurate?
No, Councilmember Bates, this was done by a licensed engineering firm, SCI Consulting, and they're a licensed engineer. It's done by a licensed engineer. They do the data and the report.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Any other questions from council members? I had one question. A week ago, Monday, I was driving back from Reno, and I drove down the parkway, and it just looked awful. The grass and weeds were about waist high. And then when I got to the part that the county is responsible for maintaining, everything was mowed really nice. So the question is, where is this money going if we're not using it to actually maintain public improvements in the Hilltop District?
Mayor Butt, I'm glad to report that I was there today, and I want to commend Hugo and his team for getting after it, and they have been addressing the weeds. We need some additional pieces of equipment to expedite reed trimming, and so when Dee returns from vacation, Hugo will be following up with Dee regarding additional equipment. For example, the process to load and offload cones to enable trimming. We need another one of those trucks, and we need another front loader and some additional equipment. But I understand your concerns. I've also asked for a schedule from Greg, who is the park superintendent, and the staff lead there that works up in Hilltop, regarding their schedule. So upon receipt, I will forward that to the entire council.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. Do we
Yeah,
have any-
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to follow up.
Go ahead.
The city manager and I did discuss this earlier, and to her credit, she is driving around this city and observing the needs, the uncleanliness, and she is trying to address this as best as she can. So I just want to, express appreciation for her diligence in trying to keep Richmond clean as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead and call the public speakers.
We have Naomi Williams and Mark Wasberg. Naomi Williams, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'm so proud. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm so proud of our city manager. She gets in things and get on them. She's not delaying anything. However, she need more staff members for the abatement team, because they doing too much work for what little staff they do have. I would suggest them signing up more people to work for us than sitting in the office someplace. But I don't have 3 minutes worth of talk. You know me, I can't say it fast, but I can say it through. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
The question to the city manager was, where is the money? Quote, that was it. Where is the money? Now you're gonna tell me with all these millions of dollars that the city has, you can't go out and rent this equipment? You can't go out and get a bunch of goats to go out there and eat that stuff? With all the $1 million you're getting, $6 million here, another $1 million here. Who do you think you people are kidding? The old saying goes, there's 2 more ways to skin a cat, pal. Matter of fact, I know for a fact, when I get my free meal, I know where that $20 is going to. I know where that $30 are going to. It's going into right in my stomach. But I tell you, after that tonight, I ain't gonna get no meal for a while. But I just want to let you know, see, basic common sense, stupid. You ever heard of basic common sense? Just go out and rent the equipment. You got the money. But the city manager needs to say, well, gee, I don't know where the money's at. She knows exactly where all the money is going to, down to the penny, or probably even the half a cent. Because you have to have a paper trail of the money. You have to have invoices. You have to have a receipt on where that money's going to. I mean, this is getting so stupid. I mean, it's just amazing. And some of you people are supposed to be well educated. And for you, but you don't let Jimenez walk all over you. And you, in other words, pal, you ain't got no balls. See what I'm saying? You can't even fight her off. I tell you, if I was mayor, man, that dumb bitch wouldn't have the time of day. I would cut her off in a heartbeat. You better get some balls in you, boy. You better show your manlyhood on who's the man, instead of having that Arabia of the mouth bitch over there overruling you and over talking over you. You make me mayor, people. This ain't gonna happen at that city council. I'll make sure. I'll straighten that bitch out in a heartbeat. See, this is stupidity crap you guys are doing. Just go out and rent the equipment. That's all you got to do. No big deal. And you'll get the job done. You're more concerned about the damn weeds than you are that garbage crap down at the Writers Road in Castro. You're more concerned about a stupid fucking weed than you are a bunch of fucking drug dealers and criminals down there at Writers Road and Castro. This is the most stupidest thing I ever seen in my entire life. You people need to go. That's what I'm saying, people. Don't vote for Aguado. Aguada's most stupidest idiot you have ever seen. This guy is a fool. Don't vote for this clown. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I don't even know why they allow that man to speak. He's so rude. Anyways, it seems to me that there's a lot of jobs that need to be done as far as abatement and other things in the city. And all I always hear about is how many openings there is in the city. Well, to me, the unhoused, their only way to make sure that these people don't become unhoused again would be to give them jobs, correct? You can't sustain rent if you can't sustain a job. So we're definitely qualified to clean up garbage and do abatements. Why not hire them to do them? It gives people back dignity for, to work and earn their own money. Maybe these people, would get out of some of the situations they were in if they could get some work. If the city can't hire us, who the hell will? I mean, there's plenty of jobs that need to be done at the encampments themselves. There's plenty of residents that are able to do them. I've been doing the job at Castro for 2 years. I haven't been paid yet. I mean, it just seems to me like if there were so many jobs, why aren't any of us being given the opportunity to do these jobs? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
So first of all, I would like to say that I really object to that speaker Mark's characterization of a lot of people. I object to him calling Councilwoman Jimenez the B word. I object to him characterizing the people on Ryden Road as drug dealers and criminals. And I think there should be some method of assuring that that doesn't happen. Some accountability for that. Okay, second of all, as Amanda had a point about hiring people, the homeless, to do the abatement. And I know that Caltrans is hiring for that, but I was doing some research today on a bunch of different grants, including, there's like from HUD and from a few other places. There is a bunch of government money, both federal and state money, available for covering the cost of abatements. And I'm wondering why the city of Richmond doesn't apply to get some of that money and then using it to hire the homeless so that they start making income and can start paying rent. And I realize that all of this is expensive, but there's money available for it in grants that's being taken care of. They just need to be applied for. Okay, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine. Catherine, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm curious to know why this Mark person is allowed to speak with such foul-mouthed and insulting words thrown out to council members, the mayor, people in general. It does not seem to me like free speech applies in this situation. I'm thinking obscenities and defamation are covered under this kind of situation. And I feel like if he's going to lower himself to these kinds of standards, he needs to be cut off. I would request, if he's listening, that he be much more respectful and mind his language. If he can't do that, he cannot be allowed to speak in public like this. It's insulting to everyone. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is MacBook Pro. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. I'd like to echo what Amanda and the lady after her said. if you truly and really, really and truly want to help the homeless, you get them jobs, you employ them. And coincidentally enough, we're having a career fair this Saturday. And I would wish that the city rent a couple buses, go to the Castro, go to the Ryden, and bring those people up to the Hilltop Community Church this Saturday. There's going to be plenty of job and career opportunities. Let's think out of the box. I wish you would rent some buses and bring some folks up there, get them employed. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing. Are there any further questions or comments from council members? I'd be looking for a motion on this.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, motion by McLaughlin, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Next item would be Y2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, please read that.
Y2 is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report and ordering the levy and collection of assessments in the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District for the fiscal year 2022 through 2023, providing for a 3% increase in annual assessments.
Again, I sit before you representing Mr. Leach and Mr. Hardesty for the Public Works Department. This again is a report that was directed by the City Council, preliminary presented to the council on May 3rd as a draft form. It is before the council tonight in final form. And as I stated before, the notices were mailed out to all residents in the Marina Bay District, notifying them of tonight's public hearing. As the city clerk stated, it is a 3% increase. So I would request that the council open up the public hearing for comments, close the public hearing if the once comments are heard, and adopt the resolution so that the fees can be placed on the parcel taxes if there's no questions. I do have two representatives from the firm that did the engineer's report in case you have any technical questions. That would be Tony Thrasher and Samantha Labaton from Wilden Financial. They are here tonight if you have any technical questions on the report.
Are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. I will open the public hearing. Do we have public speakers?
We do not.
I will close the public hearing and I would look for a motion.
Move the item.
Second.
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the next slide, I'm sorry.
Thank
go ahead.
you. On behalf of Mr. Hardesty and Mr. Leach, I thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, I think the next item is item Z1, improve staff morale.
Yes.
Could you read that, please?
Item Z1 is to receive a presentation on ideas to maximize communication, raise employee morale, and to acknowledge the dedication of staff and provide direction to staff.
This is Councilmember
Councilmember Willis.
Willis and Jimenez item. Would one of you like to introduce it?
Yeah, I'll introduce it. So thanks everybody for taking some small time. This issue actually has been an ongoing issue since I've been in office because with the decorum in the council, the amount of disagreements, it can be a hostile and toxic environment. And I have seen that be taken out on staff from not only the board of the council, all of us, but also from members of the public. And with the past couple of administrations that we've had with city managers and city attorneys, it's something in my conversations with them that have come up more and more about how staff morale is extremely low and continues to decline. And as a result, it's also becoming harder for us to not only retain staff, but to recruit staff because of the number of issues that visibly gets shown in the public and a number of issues that happen internally that we don't always get a chance to really talk about or hone in on. They just kind of get mentioned here and there, and people go about their business to take care of their own lives and well-being. So I decided to schedule and set out a notice to a number of staff throughout the organization just to meet with me to have anonymous conversations in general, just how they were feeling in relation to the Richmond City Council or in relation to City Hall, and even just working in the city of Richmond, just to take their constructive criticism and hear what they have to say so we could present it to the council with the hopes that we, at least on our end, can do what we can to maintain an agree to disagree type of environment that isn't completely hostile and toxic, and just to allow staff to finally have a voice, because the amount of stuff that I've seen them put up with and they keep a straight face and keep it professional is actually amazing to me. And I need to learn to do that more often on their end. So I'll jump more into it in the presentation. I allowed Councilmember Jimenez to co-sponsor it because she's the only one I really talked to about this when I first did the interview. So if Councilmember Jimenez has anything more to say, I'll pass it to her.
Thank you. I think like you mentioned everything, so I will give it to you back to do the presentation.
Right,
So are you going to make a presentation?
yeah, does KCRT have the presentation up or ready to go?
We do not have a presentation.
Okay, all right. Oh, give me a second. My apologies. I should have checked in beforehand. I just assumed that it would be up. So
The presentation is part of the agenda report. If
people want to follow along with me, I'll do the presentation from the agenda report and try to make it as interesting as possible without any slides. So I'm starting to do the presentation. I also want to profusely thank Trina Leakin Jackson for helping me set up the appointments, helping me take notes, and helping me get this slide deck together. Without her, this would probably be a bit more of a mess. So I appreciate her so much for helping me out. So jumping right into the presentation, the purpose of this item is to, in hopes, address and improve staff morale. It's not trying to place blame on anybody in particular or source group. It's really just about trying to understand what challenges staff are dealing with so we can not only update their morale, uplift morale, but also uplift community services that need to be provided to our communities who rely on them.
Excuse me, Councilmember Willis, through the mayor, I have it up. I just put it from the screen, from the agenda report. Can I, if somebody gives me the option to share my screen, I'll be happy to share my screen so you have it up there, Councilmember Willis.
You should be able to share.
Okay, I'll share it now.
I hope you're okay with me, Councilmember McLaughlin, saying scroll down to the next slide.
Yeah, just tell me and I'll do that.
Okay, right now I'm on, well, too many screens. I'm on statement of the issue.
Okay, there we go.
All right, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this issue isn't a recent one. Over the past few years, employee morale has declined a lot. Numerous conversations with employees have been had, and staff have either don't feel like coming to work, aren't proud to leave here, aren't proud to work here anymore, or just leaving the organization altogether because they're seeking better opportunities in a different environment. And I had conversations not only with senior staff, but also regular rank and file staff as well. Next slide, please. So working, down to data gathered. You can go down all the way to the slide, please.
Good.
Opposite. Oh, yeah.
Is that why
Oh,
Chapman?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Thank you. The reason I wanted to check in with staff is honestly, when we're in a city council type of setting, we don't really get a chance to hear staff and what they're really impacted by. They show up to be very professional, to honor decorum and answer council members' questions to the best of their ability. And also there are staff that don't necessarily show up to city council meetings, but they do have a lot to say about the organizations, things that have impacted them, and also things that they would like to see improve. And I think it's extremely important that we talk directly to staff themselves to also get a different type of perspective to allow us to do a better job as we continue to do business in the city of Richmond. Next slide. So working, once again, thank you, Trina Lincoln Jackson. She managed to send out a bunch of invitations to staff throughout the organization, inviting them to schedule a meeting with me. And I was only able to actually have 30 conversations with people and received 10 anonymous submissions through a Dropbox. It's important to note that some staff that I talked to said that they had to hear from this from another friend and they didn't get notified about this from the person who was supposed to send it to them initially. And also some staff were actually extremely reluctant to even speak with me at all, stating that the council cannot be trusted. And honestly, I said, I can't blame you. That's okay. I don't need to know who you are. Next slide. All right, so some of the concerns, there's a lot of concerns laid out actually in the agenda report, and I'll try to summarize them and list them out verbally as much as possible. But one of the main concerns that came up was lack of communication. And before I move on, I do want to note, I did start this near the end of last year. And as time has gone on, I've realized some of these things have already been addressed. But staff were concerned about communication throughout the organization. Some people don't know who's still on staff. They didn't know who was leaving the city anymore. Nobody knew exactly what the structure was, to where even when some city staff members themselves, who are Richmond residents, tried to seek services, they had a run around trying to figure out where to get services because they didn't know who was on staff and there wasn't a clear names or directory from them to work on. Need to enlarge my screen a bit more. Another concern that came up is the fact that there's a lot of folks that have left the organization. A lot of folks with institutional knowledge of Richmond for decades long have moved on to other jurisdictions, and other staff members have felt that vacancy rate because they've started taking on more work that they didn't initially have to do before. So staff have been working out of their initial class, and they've also been experiencing burnout from taking on a number of tasks. The decorum in our meetings as city council was brought up a few times. Honestly, folks felt like our decorum could do a lot better because honestly, they said it's embarrassing, some of the things that happen on the council between grandstanding, disrespect of staff. I know I've heard staff be called incompetent multiple times or see personal attacks for not having specific information that somebody may have requested individually. And I've seen a hostile work environment from this dais. So that's another thing that folks have been experiencing. And I think one sad story I heard was there were staff members that didn't even come to city council, but when there was a presentation that they all worked on, they did watch the council meeting and just heard council members tear it to shred, and it really impacted their morale because of how much hard work they put into it. And that's happened a number of times. Staff also have fear of retaliation. There seems to be some sort of clique issue within city halls or favoritism that's happened. So even if people have dealt with misconduct issues within the city, Folks have reported that they have reported things to human resources to not have any communication or follow-up be done at all. And as a result, others have just decided not to report the things that are bothering them to anybody because they feel like it's not going to go anywhere, or they may become a target of somebody else within the organization, whether it be a city council member or other staff people within the organization. Next slide. Yeah, staff also don't feel like they're trusted or appreciated. Their integrity comes into question a number of times in terms of what I said it in the previous slide, whether or not they're doing their job, not doing their job, or if they're specifically not moving forward with a vision that one of us may have. There has been mistreatment. Security was an issue that came up because, unfortunately, especially after the pandemic, there have been a number of homeless people that have gathered in the courtyard, but it's also folks who are experiencing mental health issues, and some of our staff have had to have negative interactions with folks in our courtyard, and some have been physically assaulted before. And also another issue where back in 2018, I believe the city of Richmond experienced a threat to one of its buildings, and folks were concerned that there was no type of proactive procedure on what to do with that type of threat that has come forward. And other things that I'll mention too, I've mentioned a lot about just staff retention and also the issue of recruitment. Like the decorum that we have on this council does impact our recruitment, to where I've talked to staff, and I've even talked to staff from other cities, and they're like, what is going on in Richmond? And it deters people from wanting to work with us because they don't want to subject themselves to that kind of environment that will probably raise their blood pressure. So next slide. This up quickly. In addition to asking what staff's concerns were, I also wanted to get their feedback on what kind of solutions that they would want to see to make it a better working environment in Richmond. So one thing was improved communication. I know we have a newsletter that goes out about various cities' activities. Thank you, Shasa Curl, for that. And also just understanding who are some of the staff recruits, who are some of the new staff, who are some of the staff that are leaving the organization. So one thing is just communicating more on the state of the city on more of a regular basis. Another thing that came up is opportunities for professional development. There are a lot of staff that have been working for the city for a number of years, and sometimes they get passed up for promotion or other opportunities because they may or may not reach certain criteria. So having a system in place that either supports staff who want to grow within the city of Richmond, or giving them other opportunities to be hired locally to do the tasks that they're seeking, figuring out creative ways to support those staff members who want to do more in the city of Richmond besides where they're working at right now. And if they don't have those qualifications, give them the opportunity to meet those qualifications and see what the barriers are. Next slide. And I know somebody brought this up earlier today, but staff acknowledgement. In the past, it seemed that the city of Richmond did have like a annual holidays celebration, a picnic, but something that's just like recognition for staff works, whether it's on like their annual year of service for the number of years that they've been with the city, or just having an opportunity to bring all staff together so they have a chance to interact with one another that isn't just on a Zoom screen or in public meetings or city hall. A lot of staff felt like having some sort of annual get together, something that brings all staff together, would do a lot to improve staff morale, but also give them a chance to get to know other people that are working within the organization.
I was at Laguna Beach yesterday.
Dave, your mic is still on. There you go. Also, management skills. Staff would like an opportunity to evaluate their supervisors without retaliation to help them improve their management skills. As I said earlier, folks have dealt with issues of favoritism or have seen issues within the organization that they don't always bring up to their managers because they're afraid of retaliation. And as time goes on, that has had a huge impact on their ability to want to keep working in the city. We've been talking about this a lot, equity and pay. So released the class and compensation study, which talking to our city manager, I know there's a number of variables to where eventually that could happen. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen, and sort of confidential stuff we're doing in closed session that I can't talk about in terms of that. Decorum in general, I'll just read this one out. Reinstate code of ethics, strive to be professional at all times, be respectful, and practice common courtesy during interactions with staff and public. So the type of stuff that we do on the council where we tell staff that they're not doing their jobs, that they're being incompetent, or we browbeat them. Let's find constructive ways to bring up criticism that don't make people regret their decision on seeking employment with the city of Richmond. And that just respect staff in general, their experience and expertise. I know we have a lot of visions and goals that we want to reach as a city and as city council, but there's other expertise and perspectives out there that we don't realize. And as opposed to questioning people's integrity, we just need to be able to respect where they're coming from and work within the experts that we have to reach a common vision that can benefit all Richmond residents. Next slide. Okay, so yes, those were, once again, the things that were listed out were just a summary, but in general, the point of this is just to be aware on what some of the things staff are saying and how they're feeling. I only managed to get 40 correspondence from people, and we have way more of that than we have way more staff than that works in the city of Richmond. So if they're feeling that way, it makes me wonder how the rest of the folks I didn't talk to are feeling. And we should take it upon ourselves to create an environment that people are happy to come to work at rather than regretting waking up in the morning to come to work. Next slide. And working with staff, these are just a list of questions that came up that we should constantly be asking ourselves as we step into this professional environment. I'll try to read them out briefly. Am I creating an environment where staff feels like they can share their ideas, observations, and about services? Am I in touch with each division of the department and effectiveness of professionalism and behavior of the leads or supervisors? Am I questioning my staff about their career goals, developing or training or preparing them for opportunities to arise? Am I being mindful on how to interact with my colleagues privately and publicly? Am I being equitable when I'm reviewing requests for telework agreements? That was another issue that came up. Folks felt like the telecommunications, some people working from home and some people coming to City Hall. Folks didn't feel like that was completely equitable. It was by supervisor decision, and folks wanted to make sure there was equity on who gets to work from home versus who has to come into the office. And am I aware of our own biases, and what am I doing to improve staff morale altogether? Next couple slides. So yeah, in conclusion, this isn't about calling out anybody. This is just a general overview on how staff are feeling, how their morale is impacted, and ideas that they have to help uplift morale so they have an opportunity to work happier and thrive within the city of Richmond. And thank you 3 months later for taking the time to hear a summary of what staff are doing or how staff are feeling. And in conclusion, this is my bias report, in my opinion, based on some of the notes I got and some of the communications that I got from staff. And this is how it translated for me. I do encourage all city council members, supervisors, and even staff that work in the city of Richmond just to check in with your coworker and see how they're doing when it comes to morale. And don't be afraid to present ideas on how morale could be improved. And on our end, let's do what we can just to take constructive criticism without retaliating against anybody. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from council members? Go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
I want to thank Councilmember Willis for going through the process and Councilmember Jimenez for joining him on this item. I think it was very important that we hear from our staff and ideas, both concerns and solutions that staff have put forward, and that we and the public hear that voice. And I think the presentation was well done. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council members? Well, I had a few. First of all, there's one thing I agree with Councilmember Willis on. He recommended releasing the class and comp study, and I've had that on the agenda week after week after week, and it keeps getting continued because city council members talk too much and can't finish a city council meeting. But I just want to say I think Councilmember Willis's intentions were good. But at the same time, I want to say that I think it's ironic that two RPA city council members would bring this issue forward. I mean, the bottom line is that, you know, the biggest morale problem in the city of Richmond are the RPA city council members. And, you know, I'll just give you some examples. I'm looking at the staff report, which are some of the points that Councilmember Willis went over. Like, for instance, decorum at city council meetings has set a less than professional example for the organization as a whole. Well, who is it on the city council that continually interrupts? Who is it that continually questions the authority of the chair? Who is it that talks too much? It's all RPA city council members. So you guys are the problem. And I think you got to start looking inward. You know, the dissension that is characteristic of the city council is purely an RPA problem. You know, we do 4-3 votes all the time because you've got the 4 RPA people here and you got the rest of the city council here. And one of the things that's indicative of is the unwillingness of RPA city council members to compromise on anything. You know, you guys won't listen to anybody but yourselves and the people who support you. And because of that, you know, we end up making a lot of bad policy decisions. You know, a big part of our city staff are the police. And what did you do with the police? You defunded them. And then there's another thing in here. It talks about RPA doesn't respond within the hour when security guards request assistance with disturbances at or around Civic Center Plaza. What do you expect when you defund the police and nobody wants to work here because they don't like the culture of Richmond, and now you've caused that problem. And it's not just staff that complains about the RPA, it's residents. You've heard it tonight from several people about RPA. I mean, about the Richmond Police Department not being able to respond, and that's all a result of your forming the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, defunding the police, shifting resources to other places than public safety. You know, in terms of making staff feel wanted, you guys fired the city manager and you caused the city attorney to resign. So I just want to say, you know, before you start looking around for problems and solutions, you need to look inward because you are the biggest single problem. Okay, looks like Councilmember Willis and then Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for sharing your perspective. It is a unique perspective, one that I don't totally agree with whatsoever, but you do mention elements that have grains of truth in them, in my personal opinion. You know, I think we all, at the end of the day, including myself, everybody on this board, needs to look inward and take responsibility for these issues. And I think we all need to recognize the double-edged sword that is a democracy that we're in. Everybody is split in issues, and that isn't unique to just Richmond, that is nationwide. And I think the problem that we have, not only as a community, but as a society, is that we can't respect one another and just agree to disagree. I support rent control wholeheartedly. I recognize there's a segment of the community that absolutely doesn't support rent control. I supported reimagining public safety and doing some reinvestments in other areas of public safety, along with other community members who are Richmond residents. However, other Richmond residents had a different opinion or no opinion at all. We face a lot of controversy, a lot of issues, and at the end of the day, we're never 100% as a 110 to 115,000 community are going to be on the same page or agree with each other on everything. But we all, as representatives, including speaking for myself, I represent what I campaign on. I represent the people that elected me. And if it's going to be a civil conversation, I will work with those who don't like me at all to reach a common goal and solution. But pointing the finger and playing a blame game because we're in a democratic society where the pendulum swings left or right to progressive ideas to status quo ideas to conservative ideas isn't good for anybody and only splinters us more and causes more division in our community and society. And I wasn't going to say this specifically, but your e-form and calling out people has come up, Mr. Mayor, too, not just RPA. That's why I'm putting this on everybody, including myself. So though I disagree with your opinion, I do respect the fact that it is your perspective and you have a right to your opinion, just like I have a right to my opinion. So we're going to be forced to work together for the rest of this year and for years that move forward as we still fight for the better Richmond that we want to see. So as opposed to tearing each other down and slinging mud at each other, how about we just say what our issues are, what we want the solutions to be, and may the best person win when it comes to us operating in this democratic society. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Willis. And I just wanted to say that I think it's ironic that the mayor is trying to blame one part, and I think like people are getting sick of that. I think like when you talk about inwards, me calling you because you treat the former city attorney really bad, but you don't talk about that. When you mention that people look like the same and you don't respect that everybody here, even some of our different race, are different, and you don't have that respect, and you interrupt me all the time, and I am just asking question, and yeah, I take some time, but I am asking the right questions about the issues. So, and then all the time, I think here in these city council meetings, the one who continue to say that people are unskilled, that people don't know what they are doing, and treating them really badly and without respect is you. And when you say that we take a lot of time, look at today. Today you took 6 items from the agenda. 6 items from the agenda, from the consent calendar. And then you are blaming us because we don't finish or we don't finish, and there is so many other issues that needs to be done. So you need to, like, one recommendation is also that you need to look at inward and start blaming a majority that was elected with 52 or more percentage in this in the city council. And yeah, we are learning here how to agree and disagree, but treating people with respect and stop using names and calling people because they don't agree with the positions that we have is the things that I think we can take from this. So thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Are there public speakers?
Yes. Let's call the public speakers.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg, Jesse Teran, and Lisa Johnson. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You had 2 city managers, you had 2 city attorneys leave because of the RPA. Now you got almost half of the police department is going to be deleted probably by next year because of the RPA. Everybody I talked to hates the RPA. Who was out there on Topa? Yeah, Willis was out there in Topa. That was a scam. That they wanted to take the people's property away. The eminent domain was a scam because they wanted to take the people's property away. This city bank ain't nothing but a scam. They're using your taxpayers' money to switch to a nonprofit bank, which is a scam. Yeah, that's the RPA's doing all that, people. This is the RPA who stopped the police checkpoints and said it was a good thing for people to drive illegally. That was the RPA who tried to con you on the soda tax. It was the RPA who ended up telling the police chief not enforce the law. If he did, he'd be out of a job. This is what the RPA is doing. And they were shuffling people during the district voting, right? Because they didn't want these people to vote against each other, be in competition. Yeah, that's the RPA. Don't let that loudmouth piece of crap, Willis and Jimenez sitting there talking like, well, we need to do this, you know, that's all a bunch of BS, people. They're just a bunch of con artists. Not one time did they inspect our constitutional laws, not one time. They want to implement their own type of government. See, this is why they're doing it. And Johnson, you ain't kidding nobody. You're still RPA. You was in on Topa too. See, this is the plan. They want to make Richmond a welfare city. They want to take away your property. They want to tax the rich and give the poor place some stupid crap Robin Hood thing. This is why we need to vote these people out. Right now, we have a chance to get you got me so riled up, man. To get him out of office, because if he loses the mayor's race, he is out for good.
Next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, first of all, I would like to say that the mayor alienating and villainizing his city council is appalling to me. If he cannot find a way to negotiate with the members of the city council, that's on him. He is the mayor. Okay, the city council are all voted in too. They're voted in to represent the people of their districts, and they deserve respect. And if you disrespect them, you are disrespecting the residents of Richmond. Stop doing that. Stop insulting them. Stop insulting Claudia Jimenez. Stop treating her like it's just vile. It's just vile. And the people here are noticing it. With regard to the staff at the City Hall, I just wanted to suggest perhaps a website with a message board where people could post suggestions or news items, employee updates. It would be like a sort of a daily newsletter, and that people could comment on and share ideas with, because usually when there's low morale anywhere, it has to do with the feeling of not being heard. And if there was a message board that people could work out their ideas, could share their problems, could come up with solutions, it might work to the betterment of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. You know, Melvin, I think and I applaud your intentions on this. And I think all I would ask is that all of the council members go back and watch some of the meetings and how all of you talk to each other, all of you. And until you do that, you're not going to really understand what we see and how your staff sees it. It's huge. And when you talk about what the number one thing is on your city survey, the public cares about, it's our safety. I spoke about that on the budget item a minute ago. There's no acknowledgement of it. Nobody cares. You don't care. Our police force is in crisis, but maybe that's what you want. Our fire department is in crisis. Again, maybe that's what you want. And I don't know what it's going to take, that we have no police, that people start dying because we can't be served, before you really do look in the mirror and stop looking at your phones right now when somebody's talking to you. Because we can see those of you who have your screens on when you are listening, when you're not listening. And that's respect. And if you don't lead that way, your staff sees it, they feel it, and it all starts with you at the very top. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm also chair of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I have to say that I find it absolutely ironic to listen to people who talk about respect when they are being continuously disrespectful of anyone who doesn't agree with them. We are having such a crisis in this country of democracy by people who believe that they have a monopoly on the truth, and that anyone who doesn't agree with them is wrong, is unpatriotic, is stupid, is somehow less than them, because they are the only ones who know what is true, what is valuable, what should be respected. Until we can reasonably get to a place where we can respect the opinions of everyone, including the people who disagree with us, Mayor Butt. It's like you can have your own opinion and we can have our opinion. That's what democracy is about, respecting all opinions. But the fact that you feel that you have the right to come here week after week after week and disrespect people who disagree with you, that you, Lisa Johnson, think you have the right to come week after week after week and disrespect the people who have a different opinion from you and say that somehow they don't care about the city, that somehow their views are not as important as yours, is part of the reason that we are in this condition right now, and part of the reason that we are in a crisis of democracy in this country. And I'm tired of this attitude of white people who think it's okay to denigrate the attitudes of people of color who don't agree with them. I yield my time. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anna. Anna, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council members, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and staff. I wanted to thank Councilmember Willis and Jimenez for a thoughtful, emotionally intelligent, and timely presentation that I truly hope everyone takes to heart. You all do have extreme influence on the community, whether you are aware of it or not. And some of that influence can directly affect others' lives immensely, even if that's not your intention. Have a nice evening. Thank you again. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is President Local 188. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and staff. This is Anthony Woodards, Richmond Fire Local 188 President. Councilmember Willis, thanks for addressing morale and recruitment. It's hard for the Richmond Fire Department to recruit firefighters. The most recent news that's out in the fire world is that the city of Richmond recently wanted to close a truck company. This brings down morale and impacts hiring. They know that we have contract negotiations coming up and are concerned that the potential for reduced staffing is possible. We are already overworked and understaffed. Now, in comparison, you look at some of the neighboring cities. City of Oakland is in the process of getting new fire stations, new fire engines, and hiring new firefighters. Contra Costa Fire just opened Station 70. They have a double company house that staffs a fire engine and a fire truck. Our morale is low. Firefighters in Richmond are showing up to work with no idea when we are going home. Please help us with hiring, promotion, and boosting morale. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Just piggybacking on what the firefighter said, it's the same issue in the other sector of public safety. We are having a terrible time in recruiting people and retaining people. And unfortunately, sometimes what is cited is how the council acts and behaves, how people are treated within the city, etc. I do salute Councilmember Willis for taking this on, and Councilmember Jimenez for bringing it up and actually putting something forward and talking about it. But the council as a whole, the political establishment as a whole, has got to do something to make some changes in Richmond's culture. What's the perception? Because the perception, unfortunately, is the reality, and we have to do better. If not, we are not going to not just have quality people stay here or come here, we just won't have people come here or stay here at all. So, thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, this is not an action item, so we're going to move on. The next item is item 2.2, reintroduce an ordinance first reading to revise and amend Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 12.30. Could we have a staff? Oh, go ahead and read it, Madam Clerk, and then we'll have a staff.
Item Z2 is to reintroduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 12.30, that's video service provider, utility and special district encroachment, by incorporating Chapter 12.21, street opening and pavement restoration regulations, adding provisions that address private landowner encroachments into the public right-of-way, easements and street vacations, retitling Chapter 12.30 encroachments and easements, and rescinding Chapter 12.29 in its entirety.
Mr. Mayor, I think I know Joe's not around, so I guess I'll do this staff report. This item has been on your agenda multiple times. It was, we were working on it back in May. I won't go back through the whole issue, but we are taking, there were two existing chapters in the municipal code dealing with certain types of encroachments. There wasn't anything dealing in a regular uniform basis with the encroachments on private property where somebody is looking to utilize some public property for a purpose. This ordinance came forward. You looked at it and had some revisions that you wanted to propose to make sure that with any encroachment, there was going to be a minimum area that would be reserved for the street right-of-way and sidewalk. The problem that so that language is in here. The problem that we saw with it was that there might be some situations where there might be a narrower area that might be possible. But we thought that your language was generally good. Our solution was to propose some additional language that the council in making findings, if the council in making findings wanted to reduce that area, if they made appropriate findings, the council could do so. And we put findings in there that relate to public safety and so forth, but we created a provision that could be used by the council to give it some flexibility. So the matter was continued while we looked at that language. We provided that language, and then since then it's been a couple months now, and because of the lateness of our meetings, the council has not been able to address that ordinance and deal with it and move it forward. So I'm happy to answer questions, but we're hoping that the language we incorporated will be a good compromise and the council can go forward with it now.
Other questions from council members? I don't see any. Are there public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
Okay, I would be looking for a motion.
I'll move the item.
Motion by Willis.
I'll second.
Second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item Z3, private landowner encroachments. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item Z3 is to receive a report from the city attorney regarding the legality of staff awarding and transferring city property without approval from the city council.
Maybe I know this was Councilmember Bates' item.
Actually, let me ask him if he'd like to introduce it. Councilmember Bates.
No, I'd like to hear from the city attorney first, and I'll have a statement afterwards.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think Councilmember Bates has a concern about this process, including approving these encroachments. I think that was a legitimate concern, and I think through the years, the city's process has been inconsistent. I believe that the matter that you just adopted, that this ordinance does create a standardized process. It involves somebody who would have to file an application. The application would get processed by staff. It would be subject to a hearing with notice going to surrounding property owners, and the hearing would be in front of the city council. So I think that Councilmember Bates' concern, again, given the history, it was a legitimate concern. I think now that this ordinance should create a process which is uniform and does involve a public hearing process, which we haven't had in the code previously. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. And like the item before, this has been continued for several meetings, but I think we wanted to make sure we had the chance to adopt this ordinance and create this process. And then hopefully Councilmember Bates will feel that we have addressed the problem.
Okay, questions or comments from council members?
Yeah.
Bates, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for your diligence in correcting and putting forth language. although I don't think it was necessary for language. This city has a charter and it's specific. This is the second occurrence where staff has usurped their authority and proceeded to give away property without the council's authorization. I mean, common sense tells you you don't do that. First one was up at Hilltop where the disc group came in and the staff had already started dismantling the Hilltop, the Hilltop Park there, the Lake Park. And now they're in on Tewksbury, I guess, in that area. Staff gives away property. You don't do that. And people need to be held accountable. So this language clarifies, I guess, but it shouldn't have never had need for clarification, because anyone with common sense know that staff do not have the authority to give property that owned by the city. That is a city council responsibility. Now, what are we going to do about it? As far as I'm concerned, the very same staff that went out and assisted and allowed this gentleman to proceed into the right of way ought to go and correct it. I can't blame the individual householder who asked for this request. I mean, he was just trying to expand his property line. But staff and not the homeowner should be held accountable for restoring that particular piece of property to its original purpose. So thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And I'll move the item once everyone is concluded.
It's not a, well, okay, the correct motion would be to receive a report. So is that your motion?
Well, yeah, I guess I don't think we need maybe a motion.
Okay.
Staff has gotten that direction, and the city manager, I'm quite sure she's listening intensively. So thank you for the report, and I move we accept the report.
Okay, next item would be item Z4, the Siegel Group Inc. Classification and Compensation Study. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item Z4 is to direct the city manager to release the class and compensation study to the city council.
So this is my item. It's been on the agenda so long, I've almost forgotten about it. But the short story is that this report was rendered sometime last year, and it's been quoted and referred to by city staff numerous times without actually showing the city council or the public what's in it. So I think that, you know, we all talk about transparency, and what's going on here is a complete lack of transparency. The city paid for this study a long time ago. It's been around for a long time, and the city council and the public deserves to see it. I've asked staff for it numerous times, and they continue to make excuses why we can't see it. So I'm just asking the city council to direct staff to release the study. Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Bates.
My question is, why, when the city council authorize and pay for any study, why are we not allowed to see it and be provided a copy thereof?
Thank you.
That's to the city manager or city attorney, whomever want to answer. The same is with the study.
Well, I was
same
Anil,
with the request, the same request for the Ryden Road.
thank you, Councilmember Bates. Anil has just joined the meeting. So Anil, there is a question regarding the mayor's items pertaining to the class and comp study and releasing it.
Absolutely. So as you know, Mr. Mayor, in City Council, one of our attorneys was working on this issue as far as the PRA is concerned. Our goal is to have the Siegel company make the presentation to the union leaders this coming Thursday. And immediately after that, we plan to release a study. So it's 2 days away.
So you're telling me you're gonna release it in 2 days?
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure I believe you. I still want to I'd like to put this to a vote and direct staff to do it so that there's no more excuses. Are there any other questions or comments from council members?
Mayor, but may I ask Dave, is there anything, Dave, you want to share about the process and the analysis that you've requested that's pending? That could potentially help inform the discussion, or?
Well, I think I certainly have thought that we would have released it before now. What happened is, as staff was looking at it, considering the negotiations, because obviously it impacts the negotiations, there were a series of steps that were taken. One was to let the department heads see the study to be sure that with regards to the people in their department, that they understood what the results of the study were, and there weren't internal questions. In essence, in terms of public records, final documents need to be released. Documents that are not final don't need to be released. And the concern was that the different parts of the organization needed to look at parts of this and make sure that all the numbers were correct, that when this was presented, we weren't going to find a lot of holes with it. In that process, issues kept coming up, and we had to keep going back to Siegel and asking about the data, the information. One of the things that was done was that because it had been such a long time, we realized that the cost of living could have affected the results. And so there was an effort to bring it up to date because of the long passage of time. So it's a massive document. It's got a lot of numbers in it. The class and comp study is not only looking at job categories in terms of the other organizations and trying to figure out what's appropriate. You have different job classifications in different organizations. And so you're trying to get them to make sure we're comparing apples and apples and oranges and oranges. So I've done a lot of these class and comp studies. I have to say, I've never had one that took this long to get everything together. There is a bargaining session that is set, as Anil has said. The intention was that, and there's not to say we're not going to find some errors in this has gone on so long. I'm convinced that it'll never be 100% correct, but at some point in time, you just have to land the plane. And so I think that time had come. I think as far as, it is being looked at, but I think at this point in time, if the council wants to release it, tomorrow as opposed to Thursday, it's whatever you want to do at this point. I think that staff wanted to have a meeting, introduce it, and release it. They were not having people have a couple days to start asking questions was kind of not how they wanted to start it. But if the council wants to tell us to do it tomorrow instead of on Thursday, you could adopt your motion, but say Thursday. which would correspond with the council, with the staff schedule. But it's up to you at this point.
Well, look, I don't have a problem with Thursday. Thursday's fine. I just want to take a vote on it so that we're on the record as actually directing staff to do this, because staff has been telling us for a year
Yeah.
that it's going to be released next week, next month, and it never is. And I guess what I resent about this is staff collectively and individually deciding that somehow the city council can't see this until they like what's in it. You know, there's a lot of smart people on staff, but there's also some pretty smart city council people. You know, maybe we have some questions. And I think that that sitting on this for so long is just not, it's just not right. And it's disrespectful to city council members for staff to look at this as completely their domain to decide when it's ready for prime time. I think if staff has questions about it, they could release it and say, we have questions about A, B, and C, or we don't agree with D, E, and F. That's fine. But to just sit on it and not give it to the public and city council members is just not right. Are there any other questions or comments from council members? I hope Councilmember Willis will vote for this. It was in his list, his to-do list. Okay, there are public speakers.
We have one public speaker.
Okay.
Okay, we have Benjamin Terrio. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President, Richmond Police Officers Association. This thing and this process has been absolutely ridiculous. This is a public document paid by public funds, and the gamesmanship that has been played around this entire process is completely ridiculous. This data that is going to be presented comes from January of 2021. It'll be put forward as if it came from September of 2021, but that's just not accurate. Instead of fiddling around on a staff level, it should have been put out, and instead of trying to figure out, well, how can we make it work for negotiations and different bargaining units, and people said this should have been done a long time ago. It's just gamesmanship. That's all it's ever been. The council should direct staff to release this thing. It's been asked for in bargaining, not provided. It's on our list of things to take to PERB because quite frankly, it has to be released. It's not something that people can just hold on to forever. It's come on long enough, and it is high time to release this thing. And quite frankly, all these other things are just excuses. It's just been about gamesmanship for negotiations, and that's it. And it needs to be released. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, well, I'll move the item, and Thursday's fine with me.
I'll second
I
it.
second it.
Okay, second by Jimenez, was that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item Z5. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item Z5. Street sweeping is to direct the city manager to incorporate into the 2022 to 2023 budget funding to provide new street sweeping signage in neighborhoods that have not previously been signed, repairs, replace, and existing deteriorated signage in neighborhoods that have previously been signed, sufficient staff and equipment to perform scheduled street sweeping operations in all neighborhoods, sufficient enforcement staff to issue citations for vehicles not moved on designated street sweeping days and times, authorize vehicle towing operations in areas where citations have not provided sufficient motivation for residents to move vehicles.
Okay, this was my item, and I will acknowledge that Councilmember Willis actually brought forth a similar item, maybe a couple of months ago, maybe more. And I would like to think that we're essentially on the same page on this, except that the result of his item was that we asked staff to come back with a plan. Asking staff to come back with a plan is like putting it in a black hole. So I took the initiative of trying to actually outline a plan and directing staff to implement it. One thing that came up that that motivated me to move ahead with this is that the SB I can't remember the number now, the study funded by the Air Board to identify and mitigate air pollution in Richmond came up with some surprising findings. And one of those findings was that the most serious source of pollution from particulates in Richmond was road dust, and including dust from tires. And we know now that there are chemicals in tires that actually kill coho salmon, and we now have coho salmon coming back into San Francisco Bay. So I think there's a real need to keep Richmond streets clean, to try to keep those particulates from not only going into the air, but from going into the bay. And this directs staff to get on with it and actually re-implement street sweeping, including everything that's necessary to make it work, which are signs and citations and that sort of thing. So, are there questions from city council members? Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, because I feel like we've most definitely had this conversation more than twice. And on the signs piece, I know that we talked about other methods for particularly communities that have signs and don't want them, or don't want signs and currently don't have them, in terms of text messages and other forms of communication with those folks. And I know like that was supposed to be a part of the plan. And then also on the citation piece, we've heard from both the city manager and from the police chief that we don't have enough parking enforcement to enforce parking. And so I'm wondering, I know you're saying like sufficient staff, but what does that look like in terms of the budget, and like what is that, you know, in recruitment as well, because we can't even budget for it. But once again, we having issues with hiring. So I get what you want, but just in like all reality of the situation, I'm lost on how we achieve that with this roadmap you've laid forward.
Well, this item directs the city manager to put into the budget whatever it takes to get it done, whether it's adequate enforcement staff, adequate street sweepers, adequate signage, whatever. But it directs the city manager to put this in the budget and take care of the problem. I mean, that's another problem. Everything in this city, every excuse that you hear always has to do with, well,
Hold on, Tom. Let's not get too far off track. We talking about street sweeping signs, and we talking about street sweeping. I don't want you to get too riled up about other things that's wrong with the city. Let's stay on track and let's stay on subject. I'm just trying. You answered my question. We can move forward. I don't want you to get too riled up at 10:30 tonight. Okay, it's all right. It's all right.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for kind of de-escalating the situation. This situation has gotten way too politicized. I'm not going to oppose this. I'm going to support this at this point because it has become so political. I'm going to support everything except the towing piece. And I want to make sure that signs are for all there are 16 neighborhoods that don't have signs, including Point Richmond, and all 16 neighborhoods, we need a price amount. And when it comes back as to how we put it in the budget, we need to have that line itemed. It might take a while. It might take a couple years. I don't know how long it'll take staff because we have other needs other than putting in signs that Public Works has to do. So I don't know how long it'll take. Are they going to spend the whole summer just doing signs? I doubt it. So, but I do think it's fine to put the money in the budget once it's understood how much, and we'll go from there. I also want to say that we need some text notifications, with or without signs. People forget to move their car. And my whole point was saying that we need to help the city needs to play a role by reminding people by way of text messages, and other cities do this. So I know our Public Works Director was working on this. So I would like to have, in addition to what is in the item, to have text messages program or notification program be included for all neighborhoods, and maybe a small postcard, a one-time mailing of a small postcard sending out, telling people how to opt in for text messages. And of course, on our website, we'll have a link or something to opt in. And on the towing issue, we should not have towing for people who don't move their cars. We already have laws on the books that states that that a car can only be parked on our city streets for 72 hours, and after 72 hours, all you have, and there's abandoned cars. I get notification from residents. There's abandoned cars on our streets. I right away notify RPD, and they go out and cite it. And if the car isn't moved after a citation, then they tow them. So I think we need to not have towing specifically in the street sweeping program. There's already a system in place for abandoned cars or cars that are on city streets for longer than 72 hours. So like I said, I'll support the item minus the towing situation, inclusive of 16 neighborhoods that are currently unsigned, and with a text program.
Well, I would accept most of Councilmember McLaughlin's suggestions, but I would say that this does not require towing. It says sufficient enforcement staff to issue citations for vehicles not moved on designated street sweeping days and times. Authorized vehicle towing in areas where citations have not provided sufficient motivation for residents to move vehicles. So this does not require towing. It just notes that towing is something that can be done if nothing else works. And I think that's consistent with what she was saying, that there are other reasons that vehicles can be towed.
I second the motion that Gail McLaughlin is talking about.
I will stick to my motion because I think the towing thing doesn't belong in this at all.
But you have no problem with if a vehicle's there for 72 hours towing it, right?
If somebody is complaining about a vehicle that has been out there, there is a system in place. RPD puts a little notification saying you have to move your car. I don't know how long they give them. If they don't move it, they have the right to tow. So I know there is that process in place.
Well, they only have to move it one car length away. So you could have a car that's blocking the street sweeper, and they get a notice to move it, and they move it one car length away, and then they're good for another 72 hours, and so on and so forth. And the street sweeper comes by and the car is still there. So I don't know why you're so resistant to that, but go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Well, there are a couple of things. First, some of you need to understand that Richmond, if we do not enforce street sweeping and we have our debris and waste going into the treatment plant, and all of a sudden we can find ourselves being fined, not only being fined, but being sued. So that can cost us significantly. With the lawsuit, the day keepers just love to sit there and watch cities violate the law. The second point is you can't treat one community differently than you treat the rest of the community. So whatever procedure you provide, you're going to have to make it throughout the city. So I don't support anything unless it's that is not conclusive, that entail the rules and regulations for the entire city of Richmond.
I think that's consistent with Councilmember McLaughlin's motion that everybody gets treated equally, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the whole idea before was that nobody would have to have signs, like Councilmember Johnson said, anybody could have them removed. Equity was always part of it. But at this point, it's become so politicized. Let's put the signs up in a staggered way so it doesn't take over all the time of our Public Works Department. But as I said, at this point, it's become so politicized, I think we need to move forward.
Okay, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, I actually just have some practical questions. I know that the jurisdiction, I don't know if that's the right word, or the enforcement of a sign only extends a certain distance. So how far apart do the signs need to be in order for citation to be?
I can answer that. I think you have to have one per block.
One. So if it's a long block, you could have a sign and people wouldn't see it at the other end of the block.
You can have more. I'm just saying legally you have to have one per block. That's the minimum.
Mayor, right, if I may, through the chair, I'd like to acknowledge that Carlos Castro is here from the Signs and Lines team. He appears to be the only representative of the Public Works Department on the line. So I just wanted to acknowledge his attendance and if he feels comfortable answering any questions to allow him to do so.
Sure.
Carlos, do you want to chime in on this issue pertaining to how the signs are generally placed? And
sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Mr. Mayor is right. I believe there is a minimum of one per block, and it has to be within 20 to 50 feet of the intersection.
And Carlos, what's the past practice, if you don't mind, if you recall, generally?
We haven't installed any new sweeping signs in quite a while since I've been supervisor. So I couldn't even comment on the past practice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I know, okay, this is something that happened to me. There was a one-way street. They had the one-way sign at one side, but not on the other. And I entered it the wrong way and I parked. And I got a ticket for that, but there was no sign to tell me that it was a one-way street. Likewise, I can see someone parking their car and not seeing the street sweeping sign because it was at the other end of the block. So I'm just concerned about having enough signage for people not getting citations for not seeing the sign. Anyway, my other question, Councilmember Bates was talking about debris. The street sweepers are, what is their purpose? Is it to pick up debris or to collect PM 2.1? I mean 2.5.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Martinez, I believe we're aiming to do both. It may be prudent though for us to ask our Public Works Director to do a ride along with staff. I'm concerned, I've seen in other cities sometimes where there's like, in addition to the person driving the sweeper, there's ancillary staff either on the truck or adjacent to the truck dealing with larger amounts of debris that cannot be just swept up. So it may be prudent for us to, as we're moving forward, if this is the direction the council wants to go in, to augment to enable there to be significant improvement in the amount of debris collected.
Okay, and since since PM5 is invisible, how do we know that an adequate job is being done?
I respectfully, I think that's something that the mayor has been citing, and I'm trying to make sure that to the degree feasible, the council wants to enable us to move forward with street sweeping, we're happy to do so.
You know, I got an email from D. Carnes, fleet superintendent, about that. And I'd sent her an article about, actually it was a promotion by some manufacturer for their, you know, for their street sweeper. But she noted, she said, quote, "We currently have the Elgin Renan X, a closed system, and the Elgin Crosswind, a vacuum system also closed for wet street sweeping. These particular sweepers work better on the crowns and uneven pavement. Most of your debris endures collected by your gutter brooms, not necessarily the vacuum or center brooms." Anyway, she said, you know, that the sweepers the city both have vacuums that clean up that particulate matter.
Okay. Yeah, I received the same email, and I do recognize that we're trying to get the best possible sweepers. I just want to make sure that that the job is properly done. Okay, so those were, oh yeah, and the other I guess amendment would be that when we put in signs, we start with heavily we start with streets that have heavy traffic, commercial streets, you know, and then we move into smaller streets that don't have such a high traffic.
May I make a suggestion? I don't know if this is feasible, but my initial thought would be potentially, if the council does want to move forward with this, since we have a neighborhood cleanup scheduled, that I can confer with public works staff to see if we can get these things in alignment, since staff will already be in those areas and working with those residents. And potentially we can deploy the signage either simultaneously around that time or in close proximity, since staff will already be in contact. And I'm looking up because I'm looking at the schedule. So today's 6/21. The next scheduled cleanup is, wow. Okay, let's see. We've got the 15th neighborhood cleanup is that's coming up is Richmond Annex, and then followed by Southwest Annex, Pandale Annex on July 9th, then North and East on the 16th. And it goes down through the end of the year. So we're about halfway through for the year. So we could get half this, we could probably get all of them covered within this fiscal year 22-23.
So How does that apply to starting out with signs that have heavy traffic? Because those are the ones that will have more PM 2.5.
I think we can try to work in parallel. I'm just trying to think about the key streets that run in the different neighborhoods. And I think it would be helpful to have Patrick Phelan develop a GIS map based on the city council's policy direction.
You know, these are all administrative things that I think you can work out. They're good suggestions, but
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we have like some thoughts about implementation so no one's caught off guard.
well, why don't you just share with us what your plan is, and if council members have questions, they can bring them up, you know. I mean, we don't need to micromanage this thing tonight. These are all good suggestions. You can probably work them out. You got more, Vice Mayor?
Nope, that's it for now.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the signs are put out equitably, you know, so instead of just doing one neighborhood all at once, you know, picking major streets in all neighborhoods and then working like that so that all neighborhoods get signs simultaneously.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that for the public, we didn't stop a street sweeping. And that has been kind of like an information that people get wrong. This city council haven't voted to stop street sweeping. What we did was that because the pandemic and many families and many people were were working at home, that we feel like it wasn't fair to ticket people while they were at home. Now this issue about fairness, because some neighborhoods don't have the signs and other neighborhoods have signs. So in order for the city to be able to ticket and to make the cars to move, it needs to have signage. So what we are doing today is looking at how we are going to put signage in all of the parts of the city that doesn't have, so it doesn't feel like some people are going to be ticket and be impacted by these while others are not. As I said, let's vote on these and just stop these really the things about fighting for the street sweeping with bad information, because all of this has been because the e-forum and other parts has been just talking about we stopped the street sweeping when it wasn't. So this is it.
Okay, so I think we had a motion by McLaughlin, right?
Yes, a motion by McLaughlin, second by Jimenez to,
Are there speakers though?
Right.
Yeah, do we have public speakers?
oh, yes, we do. I'm sorry. We do have public speakers.
Okay. We have Mark Wasberg and Don Gosney. Mark Wasberg, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
The purpose of the sign is to let people know that they have to, because law is going to be enforced. I mean, this is pretty stupid. You're going to have one side, one block's not going to be swept. The other block's not good. The other block is going to be swept. You can't tow his car because he's dealing with the pandemic, and you have to tow this other car. I mean, this is just a stall tactic by the RPA, who wants to have no law enforced. The bottom line is, if you want to clean the streets, you have to have a sign posted saying if your car is not going to, if you can't, if you got to move your car so we can clean the streets. If you can't, you're going to get cited and you will get towed. Because if you get towed, you're going to have to pay for the tow. You have to pay for the storage. they will give you 72 hours before they could tow your vehicle. That's the bottom line. Well, we all know the RPA doesn't want to enforce no laws. They just want to have a stall tactic and say, well, we need to do this and we need to, it's going to take a couple years. Because Willis said the same thing. Remember last meeting on street sweeping? He gave the stupid excuse about the pandemic, people's, working at home and they can't move their car because they're scared to go out and get COVID. Then you have a minute, she's saying almost the exact same thing. The bottom line is, if you want your streets clean, you post a sign, tell them that they have to move their car or else they're going to get towed, they're going to get tagged and so forth. I mean, that's just basic common sense. And McLaughlin, I mean, this is the most stupidest thing this idiot ever did, saying, well, we're just going to tow people's cars under certain conditions. It doesn't work like that. This is why I'm trying to tell you people, you need to get these people off the city council. It's going to keep going around in circles, round and round and round and round. I'll yield my time.
Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I'm betting that at least half of this council, you don't live where you have street sweeping. You don't live where you have signs. So you may be just a little bit ignorant about where these signs are. I've been in the neighborhood for well over 20 years. We've had the street signs. I can guarantee you everybody on my block knows where those street signs are because we've got a forest of signs put up by the city all up and down our streets for street bumps, for undulations, for street sweeping, everything. We have tons of signs. There are so frequent that the signs are, there's no question that there's going to be street sweeping. And as for towing, again, you go check with my neighbors. When they see a car parked out there and they see that the street sweeper is just weaving in and out of there because the city will not do anything to get rid of those cars so we can have clean streets. We're saying, why won't the city council do something about it? Why is the city council always finding excuses for why these cars should be exempt from the laws that the rest of us have to abide by? It just doesn't make any sense at all on that. And this idea of not towing the cars, you realize we only have one meter maid in the city of Richmond to tag these cars, and they admit they are 6 to 8 weeks behind. This 72-hour stuff is a bunch of bull dookie because it's not 72 hours. It's 6 weeks, a month and a half, 2 months behind before they even consider towing them. So you've got to have some kind of enforcement on them. And this idea of just giving them a ticket, we all know how that works with all you guys. You want to exempt a certain part of the population from having to pay the tickets because all kinds of excuses why tickets should not be applicable to certain peoples here. Do something to actually try to help the citizens of the city have clean streets, because what you're talking about tonight is not going to help. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker is MacBook Pro. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rintila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. I've talked to the city for at least 4 years and let them know that all of our signs are washed out. You can't read them. And so I'm just simply going to ask that you recycle the signs and look at using a higher quality paint that's a little more UV resistant. It'll save you money in the long run, and you won't have to cycle through all the signs from one end to the other on a yearly basis if you get to spend the money on a better paint. Also, I'd like to ask you guys to look into HOAs and see if we can get some street sweeping in the HOAs. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Tambat. My name is Yanni Garcia, longtime resident, North Venice. I'm just here because, hearing about the street sweeping, I know that was a big thing in our community, and it's sad that misinformation does infect everywhere. At the point where there was this misinformation being handled by multiple folks, the 7 people on this council did not stop the street sweeping from happening. The street sweeper were still passing by. The only thing that was stopped was getting citations. As a good neighbor, I am asking you to not just complain, but move your vehicle when it is time to move it, because regardless of a sign, the street sweeper passes by every single time even though there's not a sign there. So at what point do we stop penalizing 7 people that have no control of 100 and plus community members that do not decide to move their vehicles? Move your vehicle, be a good neighbor. And that's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, so, you know, in order to get this done, I'm willing to support Councilmember McLaughlin's motion, but I do want to ask for one item. I will support it with the stipulation that towing is not part of the direction and not authorized, at least now. We can always revisit that. But if we ever want to revisit it, the signs have to say, they have to say that that vehicles may be towed. So all I'm asking is we put that on the sign. We're not authorizing the city to enforce it now. But if we ever want to do it again, we're going to have to come back and put all new signs in. And I just, that's a waste of money. So would you be willing to do that?
I would not. Other cities do not have that. That is not a policy. You just have it the way it is. It's clear that people will get ticketed if they don't move their cars. I don't think we need this vehicles.
Oh, okay, let's call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Now go ahead.
Oh, why not have it where a sign would say subject to towing? I mean, people got to understand that if they ignore the law, a ticket is just not sufficient enough, that it is subject to towing.
That's all
And
I'm asking, but she refused.
Well, all right, well.
Okay, let's call for the vote. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
I'm sorry,
Councilmember-
I had my hand up and I wasn't called on.
No, go ahead, be quick about it. Actually, we're out of time. We need to have a motion to continue the meeting. It's 11 o'clock.
I'll make a motion to continue till 11:30.
That what?
I'll make a motion that we continue until 11:30.
I second that.
Okay, that'll take 5, no, it won't.
4 votes.
Yeah,
At 11:30, we will need 5 votes.
yeah, okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I was wanting to make a friendly amendment to include the idea of placing the signs on busy streets first, and then spreading them equitably throughout all neighborhoods.
That's fine.
Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember Bates?
In the middle of it.
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no.
So now the ones who don't want to clean up the street are you, not Bates and Tom Bad? Okay.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because it's not accurate, you know. Well, anyway, I'll let that go. Okay, so now we're back to
item W1C. On the consent calendar.
Municipal Code Contract Extension. What?
Item W1C on consent.
But what a moment.
Right, okay.
We have the the resolution establishing the fiscal year 2022-2023 residential housing rental fee,
Continued.
that was first.
That was continued.
No, that was,
It was continued during agenda review.
It was continued along with AA1.
Okay, would you read item W1C, please?
Yes. W1C is to adopt a resolution requiring the continued use of teleconferencing for the meetings of all city legislative bodies pursuant to provisions of Assembly Bill 361.
Okay, that's your item, right?
Okay, I'll give just a brief report. The governor of California signed into law AB 361 on September 16th of 2021. And it is still in effect until January 1st of 2024, or until there's no longer a state of emergency. AB 361 authorizes local agencies to use teleconferencing without complying with the teleconferencing requirements imposed by the Brown Act when holding meetings during a declared state of emergency. So every 30 days, the council must adopt a resolution to continue holding meetings via teleconferencing if the city finds that one, the state, county, and the city remains in a state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and yes, we are. Number two, the state and county officials continue to recommend safety measures to promote physical distancing and other social distancing measures in some settings, and yes, they do. And number three, meetings of the body in person would present imminent risk to the safety of attendees. And yes, we find that that is true. So that's why this item is on the agenda, and it will be on the agenda as long as these findings, we can prove these findings. So this
I
item.
move the item, Madam.
Well,
Mr.
we
Mayor.
got, wait a minute, do we have any questions from council members?
This is mandatory. You can't change it.
It was requested to be removed by the public.
We have some public speakers, I believe.
The public ask it, okay.
Go ahead and call the public speakers.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg and Lisa Johnson. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
I read in the paper the other day that the COVID has dropped almost 50% here in Contra Costa County. I mean, we could go to the store, we could go to just about any public place we want, and yet we can't go into to have person to person in the city council. Hey, something ain't right here, man. I say, I go at Rayleigh's, I go to Food Max, go to Nations, go everywhere, the laundromat. They don't need no mask, but you could arrange it in the city council where the people could have an open city council. You could do it if you want to do it, but you just don't want to do it because you just don't want to face the people. All you want to do is hide behind a microphone or a phone. But like I say, all you have to do is request special permission by the governor to have open meetings at the city council. You can have barriers in there. You can have plastic shields and like they have at some stores and so forth, at Walgreens they have it. I mean, you guys could do it if you want to do it, but I say you don't want to do it because you don't want to face the public. That's what it's all about. I'm sure the governor will give you some type of special privileges so that people could come in like it did before the pandemic and speak their piece and see how corrupt and two-faced you people are, because you don't want to face the people in public. You don't want to have a one-on-one conversation with us. All you want to do is hide behind a Zoom or whatever, I mean, COVID's down 50%. And like I say, every time you take that shot, you can thank Trump for getting Operation Warp Speed. He's the one that did it. So every time you take that shot, you're taking Trump. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've respectfully requested from the city a timeline for when we might adopt a hybrid Zoom format whereby council members and key staff meet in person with non-essential staff and public via Zoom. When AB 36 was adopted in September of 2021, it allowed the legislative bodies of local governments to meet remotely via teleconferencing so long as 3 items were met. All provisions of the Brown Act followed, that the policy body makes certain findings every 30 days, and that the policy body had considered the current state of health guidance and finds it necessary to continue with remote meetings for the next 30 days. The city's monthly resolution specifically states that the city council and all other legislative bodies of the city can continue to meet remotely in a manner that allows public participation and transparency. The key word there is transparency. Unfortunately, some council members and commissioners, board and task force members continue to turn their cameras off, some for the entirety of the meeting. This does not meet the definition of transparency. There is simply no way for staff to legally determine continuity of quorum when it's not maintained by knowing who's on and who's not on the meeting. Many believe this to be a violation of the public's trust and the Brown Act. The community deserves the respect of our elected officials and appointed representatives to be present and attentive during the meeting. I'm asking the council respectively for this council and commissioners and board and task members to respect the public and keep their cameras on, and at a minimum, adopt a hybrid Zoom format with council and key staff there and the public attending via Zoom. There are several legislative bodies across the state and in the Bay Area that are hosting public meetings, including the West County School District, which has been doing it for several months now, and even allowing up to 100 members of the public to attend in person on a sign-up basis. Please be equitable in serving the public.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine. Catherine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I just want to say that I really agree with the hybrid service idea or keeping cameras on. I agree with all of that. But I personally agree with being able to do things via Zoom, because there are people who would not normally be able to take part in city council meetings for various reasons. Some people have transportation issues. Obviously, these meetings go pretty late, and doing public transportation might be unsafe. Some people have illnesses that make them immunocompromised. I'm one of these people. And I'm not just looking out for COVID. I'm looking out for any disease that might cause my illness to get worse, or that might even kill me because of my immunocompromised system. There are disabled people, there are elderly people, there are a number of people who can benefit by being able to be present via Zoom. And I like the idea that more people are able to be present in a city council meeting via Zoom than they might be if they had to meet directly in the city council. So I like Zoom, and I like the idea of a hybrid service. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that Ms. Johnson brought up the hybrid school board meetings, because so for Tuesday nights, you guys own me. Wednesday nights, the school board owns me. I participate in those school board meetings via Zoom. They're all wearing masks. They've all got the partitions, and you cannot hardly understand what they are saying. It's all muffled voices and muffled speeches and everything. It makes it extremely difficult to figure out what is going on. The one thing that we have seen with the Zoom meetings is public participation has increased dramatically. So that may be a very good reason for you to go back to fully in-person meetings. That way you don't have to deal with the public nearly as much, because you're not going to have nearly as many people showing up and standing up in line to speak to you. But if you do want to maintain the transparency, if you do want to maintain the public participation, stick with these Zoom meetings. On the other hand, I got to agree that on some of your other meetings, at the task force meetings that I participate in, a third to half of the people, all you're seeing is their name across there. You're not seeing their face because they're not turning their camera on. So you don't know if they're there or not. And that's a serious problem when dealing with quorums on there, because we've had to cancel meetings because of a lack of a quorum, or you don't have enough people to even vote. It is a problem on there. But then that's also a group where getting us all into one room may be a problem. The increased police presence you're going to need because we are so divided. But this has been working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
So I would like to ask the city manager or other staff to, I understand there's some technical issues and some costs with implementing hybrid meetings. Could somebody address that?
I haven't planned this, but Madam Clerk, would you like to start?
I think Sue Hartman would be best to answer those questions in regards to what's taking place in the chambers, because I know the chambers is not ready, but she can answer questions in regards to the technology.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sue Hartman, Director of Information Technology. We have set aside CIP funds for building out the hybrid capabilities during the break in August. And we will be working to pilot and test the capabilities with the potential go live in October of 2022. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Okay, any further questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Well, Madam Hartman, would you explain the hybrid versus what we are currently operating from? What's the difference?
Yes, the hybrid would allow for City Council to physically be in the council chambers. This would also allow for the city manager and attorney and the clerks to be in the physical location of the council chambers, within the council chambers. We have approximately 36 chairs, social distancing as public chairs, that we would then arrange for a method to allow for that many of public people to be in attendance. We would still have the ability to do Zoom and have the communications effectively set up like we're doing tonight.
So what you're indicating that it can be a dual process whereby if a person is out of state, they can continue to be part of the Zoom meeting and the hybrid meeting as well as if they're here inside the council chambers.
Correct.
Okay.
One of
Thank you.
One of the problems you have with hybrid meetings is that if you're not in the chamber, you have to provide an address of where you will be, and it's got to be done. I can't remember the time period. It's got to be done in time that that address can be shared with the public, and you have to actually post. You have to post a sign there saying that if the public wants to come join you at that location, they can do it.
I think it's 48 or 72 hours ahead of
Well, it's kind of complicated. BCDC is the only regional organization I belong to that has gone to hybrid meetings. And so when I want to participate, I have to tell them where I'm going to be participating from. And I can't deviate from that. I can't, for example, tell them I'm going to be in my architecture office down in Point Richmond and then decide I want to go home. You know, once you tell them where you're going to be, you can't change your mind. So it's not, there's a lot of logistical issues with it.
There has to be a place that the public can access to in the event that they want to attend that meeting.
I think that's true, yeah. So Councilor Willis, you have a question?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't know where the COVID cases are going. They seem to fluctuate up and down on a dime. But Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors, they are meeting in person, and they also have a hybrid Zoom model where some people call in, some people are on Zoom, and other people are there in person, participated in many of them. So if staff is looking for like some technical support, I would say reach out to the county to see how they're doing it, because that's how as far as I know, that's how they're still doing their meetings, unless something changed in the past couple of weeks.
Yes, we have had a site walk with the county and have looked at multiple council chambers within the county. So we're doing our due diligence.
Let's see, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, every week I see notices from the city telling us that someone got COVID. So how often do we have COVID cases with city staff?
I can tell you I had COVID last week, so it's not gone away. Go ahead.
See, and I think I sit next to Tom. I don't.
Unfortunately, there are more cases than we would like, and we do have a community that we serve that unfortunately still is experiencing health disparities. And so we are continuing to require that people mask in City Hall if you're not in a private office, and that employees get vaccinated and boosted, given that the pandemic is ongoing. So just want to flag that as an ongoing concern. And yes, the data does ebb and flow. And so we're trying to be responsive to the city council, and we'll move forward as requested. But at this juncture, given the staff that we do have, we ask that you take that into consideration as you make your decision.
Councilmember Johnson.
I'm gonna say this. Director Hartman mentioned that we're gonna go back. She gave the plan, check it out in August when we're on break, try it out in October. I just want to keep everybody mindful. Y'all know I like to look at the holistic situation. That is going right into cold and flu season. So I need everybody prepared to go right back to this. Although we have 2 people who consistently call in and access as if this is like a big deal amongst the whole community. This is a pandemic still. I understand that people are going out and like things are getting back. People are forcing things to get back to some type of normal. But like I said, I think I sit next to Tom, and if folks are still traveling and catching this thing, especially among cold and flu season, I just need us to be prepared to come right back to this. I have no problem with going into a hybrid model, but then at the same time, I do also realize that I'm the youngest person on the council. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm the healthiest one on the council, but then at the same time, I want to be mindful of others who don't have the benefits that I have health-wise. So Director Hartman, I hear your plan. I appreciate your plan. But I'm, once again, like I said at the beginning of the pandemic, we cannot legislate for the end of the pandemic. It's not going to work. I understand that people want to kowtow to the 1 or 2 callers that call in and make a big fuss about this. But as Don Gosney said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So.
Okay, does somebody want to make a motion so we can move on?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item W2A. Would you read that, please?
Yes. Item W2A is to adopt a resolution in support of banning the drilling of oil and gas in Contra Costa County.
That's your item, Councilmember Bates. You want to introduce it? I mean, excuse me, Councilmember Jimenez. Bates asked for it to be taken off. It's your item, Councilmember Jimenez. You want to introduce it?
It's Gail
And
McLaughlin.
McLaughlin.
Yeah, it's
either
mine
you,
and Councilmember Jimenez. I'm happy to, if you want me to, Councilmember Jimenez, get it started.
Yeah,
It's
go
really-
ahead.
Okay, it's really a simple item. It's clear that oil and gas drilling is a health problem, and the city of Richmond is one of two focus communities that Backman, the Bay Area Air Quality Districts, has an initial implementation of AB 617, which is the which deals with community health protection targeted to reduce local air pollution. We know we have plenty of air pollution as it is. We have other city councils and board of supervisors who have done this. Antioch City Council approved a permanent ban on oil and gas drilling, production, and exploratory operations. Brentwood City Council unanimously did so as well. The Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to end new permitting of oil and gas drilling and phase out existing drilling. And 130 Contra Costa health professionals and students signed in support of banning oil and gas drilling. So the city of Richmond should support banning oil and gas drilling in Contra Costa County.
okay, are there any questions from council members? You took this off, Councilmember Bates. You want to say anything about it?
You can ban and so forth. Cost of gasoline is continuing to going up. I saw one area is about $10 a gallon. I don't know what they're drilling here in Contra Costa County. I don't think anyone is drilling for oil. So this is just another political statement by certain people. So I'll just abstain and not vote.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council members? You may be interested that the only oil well ever drilled in Richmond was where the Richmond plunge is now. And they drilled down something like 2,000 feet and they did not hit oil, but they hit water. And so they decided to build a swimming pool and use the water in the pool. So that's why we have the owner of the land gave it to the city. So that's why we have the Richmond plunge, oil drilling. Okay, do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, call the public speakers.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg and Jesse Turan. Mark Wasberg, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
This is the most stupidest thing I ever heard of my entire life. It goes to show you how stupid McLaughlin is. There's no oil wells here in Contra Costa County. How many oil wells do you have in Martinez, Pittsburgh, anywhere around this Bay Area? Not one. See, this is how all it is, a bunch of political BS. That's all it is. By McLaughlin and her RPA and all these other liberals out there. You know why gas is so high? Gasoline is so high because Biden stopped drilling in federal land. He stopped drilling on the Keystone Pipeline. That's why it's so high. When Trump was in office, the gallon of gas was what, $3.50 a gallon? Now it's almost $10 because of Biden. He's trying to make this country green like Jimmy Carter did. He screwed it up. He's doing the same thing that idiot Jimmy Carter did in the 70s. Remember that? When they try to have do away with fossil fuels and all these grown corn. This thing's so stupid. See, this is how stupid McLaughlin is. She's one of these Green Party freaks that thinks she's going to save the climate, save the world from pollution. Look at the sky. Look how clear it is out there. This whole thing is dumb. You see, this is how stupid she. This is like the coal thing. When they stopped the coal, they want to stop coal coming in. Not one case of coal was ever even admitted. Nobody went to the hospital because of coal dust. It was all just a bunch of pack of lies. Not one case of coal dust ever happened in Richmond, and yet they still want to ban it. You have to have reasonable cause to ban something, and they didn't. See, this is how stupid the RPA is, and the Green Party, and these other bunch of liberal idiots out there. They want to destroy your entire life. They want to put you in debt.
Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, so I don't know of any drilling projects or oil that are going on in Richmond or have gone on in Richmond, but that doesn't mean that there won't be that someone won't attempt some in the future. There's new technology out, the fracking technology that has not in the past been available before. And I think that maybe it's a good idea to have a ban on oil prospecting here, just to shut that down immediately. I mean, we're in an earthquake zone. There's fault lines. I think and yet oil companies are drilling in places where there's fault lines. I think maybe just have it in place just to make sure. I am not privy to the knowledge that Gail McLaughlin or any of the city council has about what may or may not be coming up the pipe with other corporations. No one in the audience probably is. So maybe we should respect the fact that they might know more than we do. Or might have information or knowledge that we don't. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move the item.
Second,
Okay, motion by McLaughlin, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Sure.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates abstaining.
So it is 11:30, and unless somebody wants to continue working, we've come to the end of our agenda.
I would
One is
like
a
to-
strong word, but I'll want to make a motion to extend the meeting till after we hear W2B.
Wanna
I second
suspend the
that.
rules? Suspend the rules.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting till after W2B.
Okay, is there a second?
I second,
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with council members Bates and Johnson voting no and Mayor Butt voting no.
And sorry to all the folks who are waiting on the call that night. Try coming in next week, hopefully.
We have come to the end of our agenda unless somebody has some memorials.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to ask the meeting be adjourned in memory of my niece, Rochelle Cartwright, who passed away on Juneteenth, in fact. Young lady with one daughter, Rochelle Cartwright.
All right, thank you. Are there any other memorials? Councilmember Jimenez?
Well, I would like to also just finish the council meeting congratulating the new Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, y Vice President Francia Marquez, first progressive government elected in Colombia. And Francia Marquez is the first Afro-Colombian woman elected as vice president. And this is a great news for Colombia to have a real change with a government that will represent every community, not just the elite, and finally implemented a peace agreement. So congratulations, Colombia.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
I'd also like to adjourn tonight's meeting in the honor of Mrs. House, resident of North Richmond, recently passed away as well. Yeah, great woman, great formidable woman as well.
Okay, anybody else? Going once, going twice? Thank you. We are adjourned.
Hi.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.